Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Lord of Hatred, Day 2, pushing to Torment 12. That's at least the plan. We're currently in Torment 6. We've played for 11 hours on this character. We want to be, at the end of the day, Torment 12, no matter what we do. Smash for demons to the ground, dealing damage. Now, the thing is, it smashes demons to the ground and deal damage. It's physical. And this one is physical as well. So having 2 skulls in here is 40% more damage. We will also try out the Eviscerate multiplier thingy. Even though I'm still not entirely sure if and how and when that exactly works the way it should. Plus, we worked around with our loot filter. Ladies and gentlemen, first loot filter of the day. We went from... not having at all to hiding common and magic items and highlighting ancestrals in red. Quite useful, to be honest, all around. Now, there is a Helltide. The Helltide has 2 more minutes. That is completely useless because I'm not going to do a Helltide in 2 minutes. So what we're going to start with is a... relaxed run through the pit, I guess. Just one single pit. No. 5 we're currently doing to get some more of our runes further forward and also to like generally push our pit activity. Are you playing Claws? No, BZ. We're playing Rampage Warlock. Claws is not being played because, frankly spoken, Claws is the most boring one of all of them. For some reason, my minimap is gone. There's my minimap again. That's good. So Claws, we all know is good. Everyone knows Claws is good. So it's kind of like, you know, you would be playing the most obvious spec in the world. Now, if you just want to be strong, Claws definitely works. However, I'm rather interested in pushing our demonic playstyle all the way to Torment 12 because that's just way more interesting. Is Hellfire more fun than Claws? Well, Claws is pretty much just use Claws and that's it. So if you find that boring, I would say that Hell Fracture is definitely more interesting in the whole get up setup, how it works. However, I haven't gotten myself to play Hell Fracture yet. So I'm not going to say yes. I mean, going with whatever leveling Warlock. Yeah, I mean, leveling you can play whatever you want, KO, unless or up until you hit the final boss in the campaign. Then you might have to think a bit different because that one is actually a challenge.
I'm being followed.
This level here for a pit is amazing. I mean, I'm so happy with the different pit designs. It kind of makes me really happy. Simple man here. So one problem we have is we cannot display damage over time. We can only display normal damage, chat. Might change to Hellfire. Have you been trying Dreadclaw, Rob? I mean, Dreadclaw is... I mean, it's the most cookie cutter. It's like playing Bone Spear back in the days. You remember Bone Spear? Where you run around and then you Bone Spear, and then you Bone Spear, and then you Bone Spear, right? So I think that's a bit the Dreadclaw playstyle. So it's the one cookie cutter skill where you really don't have to put in much thought on how to actually build the build, right? Put as many points in Dreadclaw as you can. I've seen some cool Warlocks. There is the Hell Fracture Warlock. But I've also seen a Warlock going for the Blazing Scream, actually. So I've seen a really good one with that, where you shoot forward the skulls and then you explode the skulls. That looked mighty juicy, to be honest. I really like that one. A bit different to the usual specs that you have seen, but hey, different is good. Let me explain a little bit about Talisman and Charms. What choose? So, Benzi, optimally you would, during leveling, go just for experience, movement speed, attack speed charms. So you're literally just moving fast over the battlefield. Then, as you go through the Torment tiers, you want to add really highly beneficial, cool shit. So in this case, we're talking about, like, I get the Sadism Charms. And the Sadism Charms, they give my demons 200% of bonus damage. You heard right. Really powerful. I'm also looking to pick up like 5 of these to try out the full set bonus. See if that is actually even better, but I don't know yet. That will be much better and or not. So we'll have to try that out. What's your current spammable to create momentum? We are using the barrage to throw out demons. And optimally, if the barrage does work the way it should, it also makes the Eviscerate harder. Now, the problem is that I'm not entirely sure if the interaction interacts the way it should be interacting. I've tried to test this in the training grounds, but it's really hard to display this in a valid way, if that makes sense. Okay, set charms. Tuning, needs iron, the rest can stay. So we get this one, the monologist. I got all the ones I wanted to have like up. I'm gonna start like upgrading more probably because I want to have all of them to 15 at least for the different builds, right? Well, I get the ones to 15 I really wanted. So we got here the demonologist. And you can see we get 7 upgrades. Yes, Chad? 7. Kind of crazy, isn't it? The problem is, we have this ring here. Okay, Chad? And this ring says, if you fail to eviscerate an enemy, you still apply 18.5% of its bleeding damage for 3 seconds. Now, what does if you fail to eviscerate mean? Because we have our Legion charm that says we can re-eviscerate enemies. Okay, you can re-eviscerate them. Now, if I don't put up this... If I don't put up this ring, okay, the ring is gone. And I am now putting in a elite training dummy or a boss dummy. So boss dummies should get eviscerated by my Rampage 100%. Okay, so the boss training dummy. If I hit him... And we're now going into options and we display normal damage because I don't have damage over time. There's sadly no damage over time visible, but normal damage is damage over time. You kind of see on summoning this dude, like his main hits, but there's also this dot that's bleeding. This is 724k. Now I assume that this dot here would be the Eviscerate, right? So we get this damage fixed, right? We get the Eviscerate again. 764k, so this seems more or less in place. I now start spamming my abilities and the dot is just still ticking, right? So the dot goes on. It's always around 700k. It doesn't really go anywhere, right? So that's just the dot. Now what I've been asking myself is, so that dot went up to 12 million, 13 million actually, right? And he bleeds out. What happens if I add this ring that adds bonus bleeding to the evisceration, right? Then technically that bleeding should get even harsher. If I now spam away and be eviscerate, and that one should technically tick up. But I don't really, like, see, it's not even going up. It's actually staying at the... Like, that tick is staying, like, somewhere the same. No, actually, the tick went up here to 11 million, too. So the tick doesn't get, like, more brutal with the ring, as it seems. That one doesn't seem to actually work the way it should work. But the 2% seems to be working. So we don't seem to be able to get more bleeding done with the ring because it doesn't seem to work as it should. However, what does seem to work is the 2% of the evisceration fragment. Can you lock items? Yes, double space bar locks the item. Okay. It's like a thought experiment. How do you feel about Warlock? Oh, I like it very much if you're not playing the boring specs. Now, each to their own, right? Everyone is allowed to play whatever they want. Incapacitated was dazed, fierce, frozen, knockdown, or stunned. I mean, incapacitated I do on enemies. I do on bosses really quick. Not sure if I want to play with incapacitated. Hellbound Commander You deal increased summon damage. It does work for my Rampage, right? They would straight up increase the damage of Rampage, but it wouldn't increase the damage of my throws, so that's kind of useless. I'm thinking about just putting the conceded in right now, because it says while I have barrier, I do bonus damage, right? And if we actually put 2 sockets into my chest piece, which we can finally do because we have the resources for this, I could decide to play, let's see, we got Neo, that is for avoiding health damage, and then every 2 seconds we get 200, because we have the Luck Quay Rune for the Bulwark. So now I want avoid fighting or maintain summons. I could try out Neo and see. They grant us a barrier continuously, right? Because we don't take damage, barrier. We don't take damage, barrier. Let's go here into the Hell type, but not that one. That Hell type is actually god-awful. If you figure out the cow level, like, supposedly there's some, but not really bothered, honestly. They made the game harder at the lower difficulties, or have you DLC to have a chance? No, the game isn't harder, but the thing is that you're leveling different, so it feels harder in the beginning because you can't put your skill points the way you want to put them right away. And you can't go for the specializations right away as well. So it does maybe feel harder, but it is not actually harder. Okay, that's just something to consider. All in all, the game feels good, especially the war plans. Like, I'm a huge fan of the war plans because the war plans give you kind of like an idea for what to do, right? You can still play the way you want to, but right now I simply do whatever my war plan tells me to do. It sounds a bit stupid, but it actually makes it more fun because you're getting double rewarded for doing things. So right now I did these 4 and I finished with a Hell Tide, and then I just go for the next and go for the next and go for the next. And I pretty much keep doing war plans like I don't have any business. But it's so much fun, honestly. I've seen like some creators already complain that the game is still not offering enough and it's too easy. But hell, if you play 20 hours in a row, you know exactly what you're doing, and like you're a very seasoned creator. Obviously, you're gonna be able to do the current content really easy again. I mean, doesn't need like 4,000 IQ to figure that out. But the average gamer should have a grand total better experience. Certainly. So we're gonna slam down demons here in the middle, and then more demons, and then more demons, and then more demons. And as soon as the maiden comes, she just dies because she's being smashed by the boys, Chad. Okay. The boys are they're just smashing. My favorite part of this. See? Do you see this in red, Chad? It's my loot filter. Very simple, very easy. Leave the rest behind. Could hide the yellow items, but I still need to see yellow ancestral items, so I don't want to hide them. I'm trying to teleport out of here quickly. It's like being able to do the campaign in 3 hours in PvE1. It's easy if you play enough. Exactly. It's going very well, Overflow. I rested good. I made another YouTube video. I mean, YouTube is generally popping, so I'm going to be happier, to be honest. Never seen numbers like that. Material collection of keys. Yes. Yes. Oh, boy. Okay, I'm disappointed. I thought I'm going to get boss lair keys. Yeah, there's like... Yeah, that was shit. I hate it. Someone kill me right now. I'm sorry. This had me severely unhappy. What's the best way to farm gear in Torment 2, Zod? It's to actually do your war plan, Zod. And I know this is like a very generic, stupid answer, but do your war plan. Because if you do your war plan, the war plan itself provides loot. Then the bonus activities you do provide bonus loot. And you're just getting the best together. You definitely will want to get deeper in the Torment tiers to actually get ancestral items. So I didn't start seeing ancestral items before Torment 6 pretty much. it was mostly like just normal stuff. So now in Torment 6, I finally started seeing Ancestrals more and more. But yeah, like also don't ignore 850 items. They are going to be your main gear. I mean, I have like literally, I'm wearing one single Ancestral item currently. Right? Some stats shows that you have 2 million views last 7 days on YouTube. Yeah, we have 1 million views in the last 48 hours right now. And it's usually like 200,000 to maximum 300,000 views. Now, obviously, a lot of these views are short form views, so they're not as amazing as long form views, but it's still cool to see these numbers, you know? I mean, when it finally clicks, when things are working the way you want them to work, and you can just make more cool content. Oh, someone summoned the Queen of the Helltide. Awesome. By the way, you notice how easy this is, chat? I'm just standing here right-click spamming, right? Actually, right-click holding, and I just summon these Rampage demons, and they're just slamming out. I'm still working to perfect the build to get even more Rampage demons, because that's just amazing. Optimally, it would be cool if these Rampage demons would be running around with me. So I've been thinking about like trying out the Darkness Rampage demons today to see how well they would actually work. Okay, wait, let's go here to get the. Because the Darkness Rampage demons are a bit different, right? They're still a demonology skill then and everything, so it would still work with what I do. But here, this says, Rampage becomes Abyssal Recast skill and increases Recast Battlefield Demon, and you can, like, recast him to send him somewhere knocking down enemies. Which actually would be kind of nice. So, because right now, they're, like, here staying in place, right? And I'm not sure if it could work to turn them really into these Abyssal Recast dudes. I mean, the bonus slams have them, like, slam multiple times, so that's nice. But maybe they would also work if I just have them, like, come with me. Right, because if I do this here, it's the same cost, but they're now a Demology, Abyss, and their recast skill, so they're kind of like more than they have ever been. Are you enjoying the skill tree revamp? Yes, 10 out of 10. Honestly, the skill tree revamp was really good. See, like now I have this guy, and then I can do here, and boom, he slams down. And I'm like, the problem is I can only get one now, right? But he does, like with the bonus slamming, look at that, 64 million damage. So I could pretty much have him just slam down, right? So I'm not sure if that might be, because it's Rampage becomes an Abyss recast skill. Summons a larger demon that deals 50% increased damage. Recast command the demon to leap around battlefield, dealing 500,000 damage with a 15% to knock down. Now the thing is that, like, I'm not sure if that is more damage than having like 3 of these demons individually slam down, right? Because each strike from Rampage sends a second smash forward. Now, the standard strikes only do 127,000 damage. But if you think about it, this might be 400,000, right? But if I summon 4 of them and they send double damage strikes forward, shouldn't that be better? Right? Shouldn't that be better? Shit, I got the wrong one here right now. Kind of frustrating. Helltide. I need to open one more chest. Are you streaming on YouTube with a TTR orientation purpose? Sir, you're in the vertical stream. It says vertical in front. There is also a horizontal stream. And yes, this is for the short speed. So if I do this guy, I can send him, right? And he just does tremendous damage. So I think I like that too. Especially with the recasting, it doesn't cost anything. So I can really, like, I summon him once, right? And then with the Abyssal Recast, I can do 1 recast, 2 recast, 3 recast, 4 recast, 5 recast. So you can veritable spam this dude, right? Dude, turn this like into your main skill. It's also nice thingy, but it wouldn't be like the build we're playing here anymore, right? We can see if this is like working better than summoning like tons of these demons, right? But with this now, I wouldn't be playing the how to say this now? Like I kill these guys, but I feel like I overall kill them slower because I'm like stuck spamming this one. I'm not entirely sure how strong is he when he goes alone. Does more damage alone. He also fades out faster. And I like the initial boom damage he does because that one goes up in a lot, right? I have to rethink the build because this wouldn't be the... I guess this would be shitty in boss fights, right? This is good like here for clearing, generally speaking. But the other, these shockwave roots here are better for... For now, summon like just one shockwave root, right? It's also great damage. I need it somewhere else. Let's first go back to Temis. Sorry, I'm doing things that I'm not war planned, so that's stupid. I just did a pit 11. The whole dungeon was loot goblins. That can happen very rarely, but it can happen. Okay. Sorry for not checking a loot filter guide. Undertaker, our latest video on YouTube has a loot filter on there. I pretty much have only 2 things currently in my loot filter because I don't think more is necessarily required. So I have hide all, rule 2, and recolor, rule 2. The recolor is for ancestral, the hide all is for common and magic. What you could probably add is, not as a hide, but as a recolor again. So we're going to recolor and we're going to choose to make it purple because that's either mythic or that, right? So recolor, and then you would go for... has required affix, and you would select an affix that you really want. So for example, for the things I'm doing, critical strike damage multiplier would be nice. It could also be like a physical damage multiplier. This is kind of something like I'm looking forward to. So since I want a physical damage multiplier, right, an item that has at least that will have at least one affix. See, and then you could just like keep selecting. So I wanted to have physical damage, critical strike damage multiplier. Vulnerable is not so much. All damage multiplier would also be fine. So one of these 3, I kind of want to have it. And he would instantly recolor this item to purple. That I then see if it is actually what I'm looking for. Okay. So now I'm going to open this up. Look, so these 4 items here, they all now have the physical damage multiplier, right? So I know that... each of them has one of the multipliers I'm looking for, right? This is physical damage. This is also all damage. And this is physical damage. It's kind of nice. You obviously get to now look which one of them is ancestral. So this is here an ancestral male. It has 44% critical damage multiplier, weapon damage, and willpower. This is insane. This is a very good item, right? I mean, I don't need it, but I will just put it in the bank for now because it might be coming down handy down the line. And this is pretty much how you can like decide what to show you, right? The rest I'm not interested in because it doesn't have anything. Infernal Hordes, Nightmare Dungeons, Helltide, and then 2 bosses, Beast of Ice and Vershan. So what we should do is we should set our lair boss thingy to Nightmare Dungeon because they can actually do that. Well, I'm actually doing that. Didn't know there are these possible settings. Yeah, it's new. It's new. Infernal Homunculus. Your Arcfiend skills deal increased damage and gain their lesser demon side upgrades for free. So my Arcfiend skill is a Rampage. But what is the lesser demon side upgrade? Which upgrade would they get? Right, I don't like. I wasn't sure which one. What does this here refer to? I mean, Arcfiend skills doing 70% more damage would straight up be my Rampage demon again, hitting harder, right? It wouldn't contribute to my bombardment, so that's a bit unfortunate. The Sigil Summon's also not an Arcfiend skill, so it would literally just be for that, right? But which is the lesser demon side? Which charms that you're using? I can show you in a second. Oh, beer. Coffee, sorry. We're currently using the Mephis Fulcrum for my demons to do 200% more damage. Very useful. Who wouldn't want to have that much more damage, huh? So, lesser demon sight upgrades for free. If I remove... I remove that. What is... Your Arcfiend skills increase damage and gain their lesser demon sight upgrades for free. Oh, the lesser demon skills. So, I'm getting the... This here... The lesser demon wrath, I'm getting that, right? For free. Because I don't have it skilled right now, but it would still give me... Yeah, see, it would still give me resource back for spamming. Huh. You wouldn't do the double smash anymore, right? Does it also give me this one for free? No, so only I pretty much get this one here, the casting Rampage, for free. But that means I could take the kill streak damage where my dudes do more damage. So with this, I would essentially get more damage, but I would lose the demonology multiplier. How do I feel about that? I say which runes used in the build guide. Could you update? Well, I haven't decided which runes to use, Yoke. So no, I can't upgrade because I haven't decided which runes to use.
I'll be here, swinging away.
And certainly this build is like going the direction of like feeding our demons more. But I gotta see like where do we want to trail this overall, you know? Where do we want this to lead? It's harsh to say. And that my demons are supposed to do more damage is quite easy. Okay, we need to go into a nightmare dungeon. You lost your second character in the campaign, dude. I mean, my respect for even playing. Goddamn hardcore. Definitely have to try out the Shadow Golem today too. See if there's any merit to it, guys. But I kind of want to like lean more into this mass evisceration. And we gotta like figure out how to make the most out of it. I still think we should get rid of the tortured wretch and try something else there. As we have been like using this for a while, but we're not utilizing the tortured wretch enough to make it like a worthy skill. Not even in the pit. I've been thinking about like using the abyss prisons maybe. That could work. Okay, so our barrier strategy is somewhat working. When I would prefer to have the like use a core skill spam like to make that one, or a who probably that would be better, but kind of everything I guess. I see that axe here is not greater affix, so I would probably have to depth the rule. Wait a second. Can I do that? It's a rule that recolors affixes, but I'm gonna add a condition, and it should be ancestral. Yeah. Because normal items being recolored this way is useless, but if I get an ancestral item recolored this way that's like pretty good, then I know what I get. What rune words you use for item? Currently Circe. Circe is for the wolves. So I pretty much have here every skill uses, I get these wolves, and the wolves are useful They're just around, chilling, freezing enemies, making them vulnerable. So it's not bad to have. Which would actually, if I use the wolves, I could use something else for my ultimate. My ultimate has so far been the Terror Storm, but only for the reason that I needed a source of vulnerable. But now with the wolves, I have an easy source of vulnerable that I don't actually have too much care about. So I could just go down on a completely different path with my ultimate, potentially. I could consider using the demon form again, which I don't want to do, but to see that could be a way to go on about it. And then we're using the Neo with a Quay rune. Neo and Quay together create this, create the barrier for me, because I want to be buried at any given point. So, like, you've seen me now play, right? And I have not used my Tortured Wretch a single time. I feel like that's a bit bad because I have essentially a dead skill in my skill tree. So we need to rethink on what to do with this today to pretty much just have ourselves clear even faster. Well, we're clearing plenty fast already. I'm just more than happy with what we're doing. But I just need more, right? I need improvement. See, this is an ancestral item. Boom, red. And we get a war bounty chest. Ooh, 2 ancestral items. Let's go. What's a war bounty chest? War bounty chests are something you get from your skill trees for the activities, right? So we get the dungeon. So what do we got here? We get the Signal of Pelgain. Your freeze effects, no. And we get the Night Terror. Your best skills deal increased damage for each stack of Shadow Form. Yeah, I remember. Oh, that is my watch tingling. Okay, so this is maximum life shadow resistance willpower. The problem is it has shadow resistance, so I kind of hate it. But it is obviously better than what we have, right? Because it is simply a higher item power item, which has like 200 more armor. That's amazing. We do have a mace. I tend to like keep currently every single weapon because weapons might come in handy down the line. The chest piece hath Wrath and Fortified Generation. The Fortified Generation is good. The Wrath is shit. The willpower is good. The Wrath is shit. I would like to bring this up to add an affix. Okay, let's see what comes out of it. We got poison resistance. Great. I'm gonna do a focus reroll. We're gonna hope that it focus reroll. How do I use focus reroll? Tries to determine the category. But how do I determine the category now? Right? Because you have this item. Okay, so I want to do a focus reroll, correct? I can put this in, but you can't press transmute. You need to choose the category, but how do you choose the category? That one I don't understand. Oh, we have, now I understand. Used to target offensive aspects. I get it. Wow. Okay, so I want the Fortified Generation gone. This is of the utility affixes. This is defensive, and that's resource. Fortified Generation is probably utility, right? Oh, it only does affixes? That's so weird. Wait, no, this is affixes, but it sees an affix. It doesn't say. Oh my goodness. It's only for... Yeah. This one with a defensive one, that would remove then Fortified Generation. Hopefully. Right? Let's see. So the lightning resistance. Or the... Yeah, it's maximum life now. See? Finally, this item looks better. Cool, we did it. So now we can go and we can re-roll the Fortified Generation Handish into resource cost reduction, or what else could it be? Armor, probably, right? I want armor. By the way, yes, re-rolling is horrendously expensive. It's crazy. And it's obviously better than what we have. The biggest problem, though, is that I have to put like a complete new socket in it. Blah. That sucks. And we have a 900 item power item now. Whoop whoop, Chad. 900 item power items just has like more stats right away, right? Right out of the house. It's just better. That's kind of cool. I like it. Why do we go for more resource? Because it's more damage reduction for what we're doing. Then we need the demon counts twice. Demon. Diabolical armor. Demon form grounds. No, I need the sadistic aspect. Yep. And we can get our Neo Kui out of this. Even though I'm still not convinced by Neo Kui. So we get to see if we want to keep this. That's Kui, that's Neo. But what other do I have? I would have cast a skill with a cooldown, summons, ultimate. We have healing potion, mobility, macabre. Yeah, it's Neo is like the best choice we pretty much have. Okay, then we get a Hell Tide. So what we're going to do now in the Hell Tide is, before we join, okay, I'm going to swap over to my boss lair thingies again. And I'm going to make this here the Grigwar's Gambit, because this actually guarantees that we might get Grigwar's loot. It's kind of super cool to like do this, because you just get more out of it. Do you play the Adventures aspect? No. Adventures aspect is useless because we don't have Demon Form. We don't use Demon Form. Echo, we don't have actually prefixes in this game. We only have affixes. But I was just my confusion because I thought that it was a utility one, so it didn't work. Okay, we can do a different ultimate, chat. This has me like all kinds of excited that we can do a different ultimate. So we have the choice between getting the Hell Rune for Super Nuke if we wanted to, or using the Arcfiend back again. We could actually use the Arcfiend as a cooldown skill if we wanted to. So instead of turning it into a dominant skill, we could use it just to cool down around us. Pretty cool. My boys. My boys. Look how disastrous they are, chat. I wish the activity tree was shared across all characters. I heard that it doesn't. I have not checked. On the one hand, I really wish that too. On the other hand, it might make it too easy on new characters, and it might take away the discovery of like getting it just up again. I'm not sure what I think right now, so I haven't checked it yet. I don't want to bother with it. I don't want to like complain yet, but I will have to check and then complain actually. Like your mug, thank you, good guy. Like your attitude. Oh, I stood in something demonic and it almost pooped me out. You see how many cinders we just gained from this, Chad? It's crazy, isn't it? I'm currently looking to get my Hell Tide to the level where I'm going to be able to, and you might have not seen this before, but there is an upgrade to your Hell Tide that you get a chest that costs 666 cinders. And allegedly, that should give us tons of loot. Right? We've been resourcing gold poor. I'm sitting at 154 million, so it's fine right now. But also, as soon as you start even re-rolling a little bit, your money just vanishes. So that's that. Should go to Torment 7 soon. For Torment 7, I wanted to like activate my next yeah, as soon as I get this Arcfiend thingy activated, we're probably gonna go for the next Torment tier. I think about the new season. So far, very happy. I mean, the new season is obviously nothing, but generally speaking, I like what they're doing. I think they're doing like an extraordinary, like this is great. It's not great for, how do I say this now? With this update, Diablo cements itself as the perfect casual ARPG. And I don't mean this to hurt, right, ladies and gentlemen? It is now officially the perfect casual ARPG. It couldn't be better. I mean, this is the dream for gamer moms and gamer dads that don't want to 24/7 hog a game. I'm curious why I don't use Dractlaw at all. What for? Like, in your opinion, I don't know what just instantly killed me there. Like, I mean, seriously. What force should we be using Drexclaw? I know that you can use Drexclaw to also eviscerate, so it says here, Drexclaws become a lesser demon skill and in cast frontal cone, dealing damage and killing up to 5 demons. It strikes each lesser demon, grants us Drexclaws at chance for seconds to enemies, blah, blah, blah. So that was that. We could use it for that. Okay, let's pull this out. I wanted to... use Fiend of Abaddon for the time being is this one. So we're trying out new things again. So we're not using Drexclaws at all because it literally does absolutely nothing for our build. When I say absolutely nothing, it's like what I mean. Not a single something. And what we need is currently like even more evisceration. But I'm genuinely thinking about getting my basic skill back in because it would passively just make us stronger. Because right now we also play like the Blade of the Sight of Flame, that bombardment explodes things, right? And we could technically use our basic skill to fuel that. I'm not sure how useful that is. What cooldown does this have? This has a 60-second cooldown. But we improve the cooldown whenever we summon a demon. The cooldown gets improved. It's like 60 seconds is not up really long. You finish the story. Yes, I mean, you gotta finish the story to be where we are right now. So if you'd like to get here. Why does no one talk about the Seed of Horizon amulet? I mean, I have it, and I don't remember which boss dropped it. It might have been the Beast of Eyes, it might have been Varshan, it might have been Lord Zur, but I can honestly just not tell you. I wish I could, sir. I wish I could give you an answer. I just don't have one. Today your PC works better. Yeah, and there wasn't even an update. Right? The PC just works better. I mean, I reinstalled my graphic drivers, so maybe like that could have flushed the shader cache, and therefore things just work smoother, but I'm not going to call it down, right? I'm just going to accept it. That build is not better. I mean, I'm 11 hours in. I'm essentially Torment 7, sir. I'm going to probably play another 5 hours. I mean, I'm going to play another 6 hours today and sit in Torment 12. So I'm not sure what better you're looking for. Right? Does Drexclaws probably do more damage? Yeah. Yeah. Is Drexclaws very boring to play? Yes. I mean, you just got a new class with cool new builds, so maybe you should play what is also the most enjoyable for you to play. Right? And we're still not sure if we want to go with that. I need an ultimate that really is just passively doing what I need it to do. Right? Okay, that's a rare charm, rare charm, rare charm, rare seal. Even though I don't want charms anymore, if I'm honest with you, I'm just collecting set charms at this point. Because rare charms don't even give me what I'm looking for. There's a PC patch today. Well, I mean, I don't know what they did, or if like my driver, right, my resetting of the graphic drivers did it, but today is definitely working vastly better. So make out of that what you want. Just works better. Target my bat legendary in GT1 is a bit tough. Should I just farm Penitent? Honestly, I went into Torment 1 with mostly undertuned shit. And then I just started collecting legendaries in Torment 1. I mean, going to Torment 1, you can like pretty much go with some really shitty shit and then just make your way forward afterwards. You still use the Tortured Wretch. I still have it. And the main reason I was using it was for a bit more tankiness. But right now I'm using the Rune to give myself Varia, and that Varia is more or less always up. So I don't really know if I would still want to go for things. We could also start farming Temerity if I wanted to. Then again, the Wretch is kind of like my only skill to become unstoppable. But I'll be honest with you, it doesn't seem like I need unstoppable that much. Like last season, it felt like you're not having a source of unstoppables just Joever right away, right? While this time around, it just seems fine, right? I can play without unstoppable, and I like that. Yeah. We'll have to probably see if we keep the Wretch out. I recommend this build for hardcore. I don't recommend anything for hardcore because I don't play hardcore, my friend. So I can't recommend you anything I just don't play. It might sound stupid, but it's kind of like I tell you to, like, you know, shoot yourself in the leg. But I couldn't give you reasons why you should shoot yourself in the leg, right? You can't unlock Torment 1, sir. You should open up your seasonal rank if you're then in season and actually complete this seasonal rank activity up here. That would be Hellish Descent. I think Hellish Descent actually unlocks Torment 1. Don't correct me if I'm wrong. Enjoy the Saw Wretch. I enjoyed the Saw Wretch 2 puzzle, but as you see, I'm not really summoning it. There's no scenario where I actually summon the Wretch. I have been using it yesterday in the pit a bit, but like just right now, there's really no moment where I'm like, yeah, I need this. I was thinking about going for Dark Prison. Creates a shadowy totem for 8 seconds that chains enemies, tethering them to the area and preventing them from escaping. Not bad. Also, enemies with Dark Prisons are weakened, so they would do less damage to me. Kind of useful. Then we could go with hitting enemies within Dark Prison fortifies me. That's kind of fucking rad. And we could also have cast a Dark Prison, like pull enemies along. So that's kind of nice, right? So casting Dark Prison refreshes and creates a link to your last prison. Enemies that are across the line will be pulled into the new prison. Nice. And then Calamity Charge, you could also have it explode, right? Then again, we have Chain Aura. Dark Prison becomes a Hellfire skill and now creates an aura of fire chains around you, reducing damage from coming from outside by 45%. And slowing enemies by 80. So I could just create a Dark Prison aura around me, essentially. Right? If I wanted to. Just like that. That fortifies me. And weakens enemies. I'm not sure if that's maybe the shit, and I should just absolutely go for that. And don't give a flying fuck about anything else anymore. So we get a ring, ladies and gentlemen, with 10% cooldown reduction, but it has life on hit and shadow damage multiplier. What is that? Okay, what can we do with this ring? I want the cooldown reduction because cooldown reduction is cool. I could try to remove an affix, right? And we could technically remove a... What's life on hit? Life on hit utility? No, cooldown reduction is utility probably. Life on hit is defensive, isn't it? So life on hit is gone. Then I can add an affix. And I added armor. And we can add an offensive aspect. And that would be critical damage multiplier. Yeah. And then we could re-roll the other thing into like life or something. Not unreasonable. I mean, not the best, but I can work with this. Make it work. A 116 Paragon Voids, ladies and gentlemen. I just need one more, and then we get this one unlocked for more damage. Okay, we need to go for a boss lair, and what we're going to do right now is we're going to go into our activities, boss lair, and make boss lair +1. So that makes them stronger, but we don't care because we like kind of yoink-a-doink-a-doodle them. Chain R seemed good, but not up much, honestly, Puzzled. So you're saying it's not that much up? Well, we have a cooldown of 19 seconds cooldown, and it has an 11-second duration. Damn it, you don't have it up all the time unless you would go for cooldown reduction. I'm just trying to see which other skill would do something for the build, which other skill would help us, right, to do something. Which other skill would be kind of beneficial. I mean, the same goes for my ultimate. I right now have my ultimate. Then. Ooh, Cathedral Crest. Huh. I'm not happy. We got the Felhain, but we got the Felhain actually as max roll, so that's nice. And the nails. I actually want to have that. So this one might work. I mean, you could also enemies killed within Dark Prison reduce its cooldown, so that like this, we could have it up longer or more often. Probably. I mean, Infernal Breath wouldn't do anything for us, right? This is summon a demonic head that breezes fire, but it costs dominance. So everything that costs dominance is useless because I don't want to pay dominance for anything, right? We could work with sigils. Killing enemies or demons within fields the ritual to send forth shadow trails for each second of the periodic ground to 1 second of shadow form while in them. Which is kind of useless, but no creates lava trails. The period deal damage. Enemies that die within the trails have a chance to like. Sadly, none of these sigils does anything for evisceration, right? While you are within Sigil of Chaos, you and your summons deal damage to enemies when attacked. Also not really something, right? Because none of these is like great. What I've been thinking about is just going back to my Command Fallen and just having them rotate around me just like that. Just no other reason, right? Because if you actually do this, you can have your Command Fallen, they'll give you more dominance. The interesting part is if we throw shit at them, they'll explode. So instead of like using a skill to do anything for you, right? You could also just do this and that, and that's it. And then you do like the dominance. You wouldn't even go for the other two because they're just completely useless, right? And then you get like 15 more points that you could yoink into your ultimate if you then so wanted to. Ta-da. And worst case scenario, put it here. So like with this, I would just have a new, like you just have this skill up, right? That's it. You don't have to do anything ever. I just have lunatics around me. What I wonder is if you can reduce the cooldown of the lunatics, because this one has like every 4 seconds, right? And I'm not sure if like putting more points into this one does actually reduce the cooldown of the lunatics. I never really checked. So no, the cooldown just stayed the same. So it's like kind of useless. But I wonder if you could reduce that cooldown somewhat. And lastly, we have to go to... So where do you farm aspects the best? Also, war plans. Barfu, I have no clue why they made the endgame content shitty for doing as a team. I genuinely have no answer for you. And I have only sadness. Is the planner updated? Not with the changes that we're making today. Because, well, we're just making changes here today. Right? This is just all new stuff that we're trying out, that we're playing around with. They don't stand a chance anymore. Best armor, boots, sword, set charms, such. Oh, I am full again. I need to really make sure that that's 3 abyss skills, demonology, bonus experience. Should actually keep the bonus experience one for new characters, but I really can't be asked. So yeah, for people that like to play with friends, the new system is just idiotic. And there's no other way saying this than idiotic. Demonology, Hellfire. I mean, unless they're +3, I don't care. Right? +3 is the maximum we want. Oh, right of the name list. +3 to your cool skills and a slot. That'd be nice. Currently, I have ranks to lesser demon skills, but not sure how well that works.
What brings you to the ancient
isles? How can you increase the survivability? By playing the wrench and then punching back. By playing Dark Prison with cooldown, Fortify, and Chain Aura. And also by playing the Neo Quake combo for Constant Barrier. That's my recommendations. Did we just get another? Yep, that's it. That's my... Let's break through to Torment 7, I would say. Ladies and gentlemen, should be possible. They were trying to balance solos versus groups. I mean, like, I don't think it needs to be balanced. Like, the problem is that the balance around solos and groups... There's people that will always complain if groups are favored, if solos are favored, right, whatever. But the problem is that these people, they'll complain whatever. Right? These people will just never be happy, no matter what. So might as well not even bother to try to balance around them, as they all complain anyways. I mean, I couldn't care less if groups are getting more out of something than I get solo, because I just don't play with a group. I mean, all these problems get fixed also if you just introduce solo self-found, right? Do I care if my friends are getting more loot or something when I can anyways only use the things that I find, right? I don't know. Things to complain about, things not to complain about. Also, the DLC, I personally enjoyed it a lot. So for me, the DLC is a W. But again, I see myself as that person that plays the game solo, right? Play this for myself, alone, have a good time. I don't play this together with friends. I want to sit down and have some fun. And my fun definitely get improved now with the DLC. No questions asked. Greater time than ever before. I mean, item hoarding is a problem because I am hoarding a lot of seals. Definitely need to get over that, because if I start hoarding all the seals for all the classes, it's going to be bad. So I pretty much have to like go through my inventory and only keep the seals that are actually good, and stop like keeping all the seals, because that's what I'm doing right now. I'm just keeping all of them, and I should probably only keep seals. I should only keep the charms that are actually good. But for some reason, I am reluctant to let go of something that I looted. So as you notice here, I have my berry up from my rune, and that is more than enough to like have me consistently with a nice little HP buffer. Pretty much always up. I simply just have to avoid taking life damage, which is easy because my demons have a great aggression value. So if I engage with my demon, he's mostly being targeted, even though he doesn't have HP, which does not make absolutely zero sense, right? My demon has no HP, and yet he's being targeted. Okay, it is what it is. What's the highest torment tier at the moment? The highest torment tier is Torment 12, which is equivalent to Pit 100. Now, we already have Makuna on his Sorcerer, which he knows in and out and has played billions of hours with, who has broken after... how many hours did he say? After 17 hours, he has broken through to Torment 12. So, congratulations on him, and not surprised, right? So, Torment 12 might be the inspirational content, but it's not hard. Like, if you know what you're doing, you will end up in Torment 12, right? It's not something impossible to achieve. Which is also never was meant to be, right? So it was never meant to be like, this is so hard, no one will ever get to Torment 12. It's more like, you have all these tools now to have a very fun and enjoyable journey towards Torment 12. And we're giving you more choice to work with to overall just improve the journey. I think that's what we're looking at here. Have they done anything about trading, or is the borderline mandatory? You have the Horadric Cube right now, and that one makes trading not at all needed. I mean, I say not at all needed, but the Horadric Cube really helps a lot. So, for example, if you don't get the right charm, you have the set, you have 4 out of 5 set bonuses, and you're missing the 5th charm. Then you can go into your Horadric Cube and you can re-roll charms of the same set until you have the one that you're looking for. So instead of then trading, you're just going to simply do that with a gameplay feature. So no, trading absolutely not mandatory. You can get away without trading. Quite simple. I mean, it still doesn't hurt to trade if you then want to trade. I mean, it's always going to be a shortcut. Once you get the purple items, you're going to have 14 resplendent sparks. I guess you're fine with just randomly going at it. However, there will be solo cell phone coming, as they have mentioned before, so it's something cool to look at. And there's the boss. Let's see, well, what is the Torment 7 boss? Is he going to be any harsher on me? No. Once I get my demons running, everything just dies. Right? Let's just get my demons out, have them start slamming, get more demons out, have them start slamming harder, done, win. Okay, 6 bonuses. So like my Arc Fiend skills. Game pretty much was solo self-found, but I guess that just means they remove trading. I mean, as soon as we have solo self-found, like we could also make a solo self-found leaderboard, and that would be very interesting in my eyes, right? Mr. Wraith, thank you very much for the Prime subscription and support. Wraith, you're the first one today. Cheerio, partner. It's very kind of you. Okay, we got 2 more Paragon points, chat. We get another loot badge for us. We need to defeat a Greater Lair boss in Torment 6. Greater Lair boss in Torment 6. Yeah, we could just quickly do that. Let's go back to Torment 6 quickly. I mean, I could do Torment 6 or higher, but, you know, let's just send Duriel backpack in quickly. Is the endgame system available without the X-Pack? I don't actually know. I really don't. But I also have the X-Pack, so I didn't really care. Big Boy Demon better than Swarm? Well, I haven't decided yet because, so the thing about the Swarm was we played the Swarm to... We played the Swarm to make enemies vulnerable because we needed a source of vulnerable and we didn't have a source of vulnerable. Currently, I'm playing the doggies from the Sea Rune and they make enemies vulnerable. So now I have a source of vulnerable and I technically don't have to care for vulnerable anymore. Which leaves me with a question, what do I do now? Right? What do I look at? Okay, so the drops in Prime, glad you're making content. Ah, more to come, sir. This is just the beginning. When I'm planning the next 30 days to do nothing else but Diablo, then more Diablo, and then even more Diablo. Oh god, I got myself hit. Right? So this is going to be really good, and I can't wait to just get more content in your hands. And all the cool builds we can do, all the fun we can have. Okay, that he was just absolutely getting demolished. Good job, chat. We get our first Resplendent Spark, actually. Dankeschön. And we get here, too. First one as well. Let's open this horde. We get a flail. Okay, we got Lich of Shale. This is summoning Fiend of Abaddon. Sacrifices all other greater demons, dealing Fiend of Abaddon's damage around them and increasing his damage by 31 per demon killed. Interesting. But I don't see this as good. Like, we could do the Fiend of Abaddon, right? And more damaging. We get the Flail, the Scourge of Duriel, Umbral Chains. Nah, also nothing I want to play with. There's so much useless loot. I'm not entirely sure why we're just not picking up the actual... We're not picking up the actual... crafting materials right away, right? Without Bisguilds. Shit. I need more of my set. So my set is called again the Fulcrum. Melphis. Melphis? Mythis. Sorry. Mythis. So we get this. It's all stats. This is total armor. Because we have like, this is poison resistance maximum life. This is demonology. This is shadow resistance movement speed. The movement speed doesn't hurt, but you know, I always prefer more skills. Okay, we got 2 more lair boss. Wow, we have 2 greater lair boss keys? Jeez. Okay, first things first, we need to reset this Paragon board. Why? Because we can finally do things in the right order. So this is like a problem when you're leveling. You are kind of forced to turn boards in a certain way. But I don't want to turn boards in a certain way, right? I want to be able to just get shit activated right now. Like this is rare notes. You were for every 5 willpower. Yeah, we're gonna do you willpower wise. Actually, you know what? We're gonna go over the right side here. It just has more willpower. Like it already has like good willpower, and then even more down the line. Very easy. And we're gonna do the Dominion board. Wrong way around. Excuse me, almost died. That was that iPad cough, chat. I'm sorry. Which did I put here? I put... We didn't swap destruction out. Destruction was wrong. Wrong. Not destruction. We had Arc Fiend. Arc Fiend was willpower. How much willpower did that one have? That had 90 willpower. Attrition. Destruction. Just double checking that I have everything in the planner correct. It works. Safe. It's hard when you're like having to make updates. We get this. Attrition. Maximum dominance. Maximum dominance. Needs more end. We get more end here, and we get more end there. And we're gonna go over out on the side. Into the... What's it called again? The Greta Hex. That one allows me to go... Vulnerable damage we're going to leave on the road. The room we get here is Arcfiend. Arcfiend is willpower based. We're going to be able to juice a lot of willpower in here, especially when we go out on the top. Here, long run. It's going to extend. Then we got Fathomless. And I think these last two boards, I still have to turn weirdly, because otherwise I don't get everything activated. So you can see we sadly don't have the amount of Paragon points to have them orientated the right way. Right, so Fathomless, and then we get lastly Demonic Specules. The last two I still have to have weirdly turned. Sad face. But we could get three at least activated. So that is 20% bonus damage. That's 14% bonus damage. Wait. Why am I playing... Why am I playing Arcfiend? What did I miss? In my head, Arcfiend made sense, but Arcfiend doesn't make sense. Sorry, chat. Mistakes happen. In my head, it makes sense. So which one? We got Headhunter that we obviously wanted. Great Eliminator. This one hits from Arcfiend skills. Greater Demon skills. Arcfiend itself didn't make sense, but which one else did I have? Eviscerated enemies, Blood Frenzy maybe? Blood Frenzy would work. I guess that's Blood Frenzy then. The new DLC out yet? Yes, sir. This is the Warlock we're playing here. Okay, but we need more skill points to be able to turn this the right way. So what we're going to do is we're going to slowly now move in the direction of the middle here. And as soon as I have enough points, I know I can turn it. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, that's the next war plan. So we could do Pit into Helltide with a Nightmare Dungeon into Pit into a Nightmare Dungeon, or Infernal Horde if I actually wanted to. Kind of want to see how an Infernal Horde with this will work. Oh, we get the Lair Boss upgrade. That's amazing. And we get the Helltide upgrade. 666 chests. I want a new plan, Chad. Because you can re-roll the plans, actually, in case you didn't know this. Today you know. And I really want to go for Helltide. Undercity. Do another plan. I don't want to start with a Helltide plan. That would be nice.
Yes. Let's reconsider.
Helltide, Pit, Helltide. I just really wanted to, you know, I'm a simple man. Varshan and then that. Okay, Torment 7, ladies and gentlemen. We get a Helltide. Wow, this is a fake Helltide. A real Helltide and a fake one, chat. Could anyone level me on I created a new character? Well, you can level yourself, sir. You should definitely have to beat the campaign too. I mean, like, people can't level you. You gotta beat the campaign. Is there a way to sing war tables with friends when playing them? Absolutely not. Why would you think something like that? That's preposterous. Preposterous. Nico Linta. Free to curse guilds. Damn. I wanted to go Torment 7. Yep. What is the Warlock? I've been seeing mixed feelings. No, the Warlock is powerful. Very powerful. Other things are powerful as well. So it's not that the Warlock is all powerful and nothing else is powerful. It's that the Warlock is powerful, but other things are also powerful. So that's that. I think a lot of people are figuring things out. There is one Warlock spec, Abyssal Dread Claws, that was already really good during reviewers. So if you want to go the super cookie cutter spec, you already have one that kind of eclipses everything in a nice way. So it's a little bit like similar to the Captain America build from Paladin in the beginning from a strength level. It can like easily reach hundreds of millions of damage. With other builds, you might have to use your brain a bit more. The Hell Fracture we haven't personally tried out, so that is something that I get on my list next. I really want to see how well that works. And today we're kind of like trying to fine-tune the build that we have created so far even more. It's a bit tricky because we are like we're lacking like skills to make this better, which sounds a bit weird, but it is what it is. So we're kind of like trying to figure out which ultimate would be like really the best to boost this, right? Which ultimate would be the best to make our build even stronger. And none of the ultimates really fits all too much. I mean, they're not per se bad, but there's none where you're like, yeah, this is the one. Fracture's dope. Have you played it? Do you have like Tiamats? Because I haven't seen Tiamats yet. I don't know where it actually drops. Might be only dropping from greater layer bosses, to be honest. So we need 666 Cinder. Sorry, stutter. Why? Oh, 666 Cinder would provide me with the right amount of awesomeness to loot our greater hell spoil chest. I wonder if it's visible on the map. We stayed throughout the whole event. Torment 7, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. And 7 took me almost out there. More demons, perfect. None of them dropped a hard, that's kind of sad. Fiend of Abaddon, there's a whole Fiend of Abaddon build, but I'm not sure how good it will be. I mean, right now we're playing the Fiend because casting Fiend of Abaddon increases the damage of our lesser demons, so that's kind of nice. The only reason we're playing it. We also went back to our basic skill, not because we need the resource, but because we weren't using the wrench, and the basic skill at least provides us with like demons we can explode. So I guess that's that. Decisions. Okay, where's this hell spoiled chest, ladies and gentlemen? Because I have one for 666, so I have this one here. And it says, like, Hell Tides have a chest that gives 666. Is it visible on the map? Ah, it is here. The Hell's Prize. Do you want to see it? What difficulty are you in? Top right corner, you can see it. We are in Torment 7 right now. We just freshly got in there. So technically, like here, Torment 7 is pit 50. Pit 50 would allow us to, like with pit 55 probably, easily get our runes legendaried up. Because right now our runes are all, like we have 3 runes out of 5 activated. And none of them is legendary. So we're missing out on a lot of multipliers and that kind of stuff that we could be working on. As you can see, we're doing hundreds of millions of damage, so this is kind of like what you would need for Torment 7 at least. Defense-wise, I really haven't like paid much attention to, and we don't have many ancestral items, right? So this is something to keep in mind, because right now I only have my weapon pretty much as ancestral item. Will we see Necro builds soon? I mean, first we gotta bring the Warlock to Torment 12. That's essentially like when I start a class now, it doesn't end until the class is Torment 12. Okay? As soon as the class is Torment 12, then we're pretty much have our duty done for that build. And we're gonna move to cover the next character. Pretty much the time you'll have to wait is for me to actually get to Torment 12 with the character. When we're 7 already, we have like 5 more hours left today. So plenty of time to do things. Should be good. Got a ginormous swinging demon. How many times? A baneful heart, you say? This is the same build you posted on YouTube. It is the 2.0 version of that. We're currently testing new aspects. We're testing new skills, different skill combinations to kind of improve the build even further. Right? The goal is always to make what's there better, right? So you often don't see the build that I have exactly posted on YouTube because you're always going to see like live, the already improved version. Unless the version on YouTube is obviously best already. So today is pretty much finding out what would make the current version even stronger. And I'm very excited for that. It's build good for pit pushing, yeah. I mean, if you have a lot of enemies who are standing together like this, like your demons are perfectly made for this. Okay, now we need to go for the pit. Let me masterwork this one. At least. Oh, that was a nice masterwork. And then let's temper. No, this one was tempered already, right? It had no. This one wasn't tempered. So tempering is a bit weird right now because we lost all these cool double damage aspects, or I haven't found them. Right? I can only get like an attack speed current one, and this one also an attack speed one, or I could just go for flat damage, right? Here, flat demonology damage, but nothing too exciting. Hit 55. Do we have a new pit here? Don't have the second one yet for another. Oh, we're so close. This is gonna be great. Wait for it. Do a video on a Paragon board for this Dragclaws build per chance? No, sir. I have not made a Dragclaws build. I am sorry. Cannot provide you with information on build I have not played. But as I said, making Dragclaw is not complicated. You could just put that yourself together. And the Warlock Paragon boards are pretty straightforward. Not make many mistakes there. Yeah, I summon my big demon. Should have come out there. A little hiding place. Damage has definitely risen, so I'd like to see that. So I have to look out for like the occasional random deathies. As you see, we're mostly healthy, but there is, when I waltz into too many opponents, I end up unfortunate. Paladins are strong as fuck. Oh, Paladins are brilliant, yes. Paladins have not stopped being brilliant. We didn't try Paladin since the update because, I mean, as brilliant as Paladin is, I have now played 2 seasons of Paladin. So, you know, it's going to be a while before I actually care about Paladin. Not that the Paladin class is boring, it's just that there are way cooler classes out there. They're way more interesting. Oh, 17 million, you don't say so. Beautiful. Build is coming along nicely. I mean, we should definitely go towards the billions today with all the scaling that we still have left to do. A lot of additive damage will help. A lot of good equipment will actually help. Ask a Windrose question, Ham. You can always ask a Windrose question, but it depends on how in-depth I can answer you, right? So I'm not playing Windrose right now. Warlock is very fun to play. The cool thing about Warlock is the varied playstyles, right? So you go for demons, you go for summoning like frigging moss of fire that are going forward. You can turn into a demon form. You can do the Dragclaws. You can do the Hell Fracture. I mean, seriously. Warlock just has all the fun playstyles. mean, Jab, you see I'm live currently, so no, I cannot update the build right now. So once we're done today, we will update the build though. No, I can't do it right now. Surprisingly or unsurprisingly. Ham, you need to continue the main quest, then you get the item. That's what we rose. Hey, surprisingly, we got faster clearing out this. Like, we set at pit 45 with like roughly 5 minutes, right? And now we're sitting at pit 55, so 10 pit tiers further, and it's the same timing. Also gonna be roughly 5-minute clear. It's good to see. We didn't see like that many changes to the build right now. Does anyone else feel like though, like maybe it's just me, but the elite density in the pit seems way less? Right? It used to be that almost like every second or third pack was an elite, and now I'm gonna like varietably look out for elites. I'm like, is it even worth it to clear this like tiny pack? Should I wait? Clear. So Forester Axe, Tuning Prism, Ring. Then we're gonna get the... Which was the last one I wanted to play? We get Attrition, Demonologist, Arcfiend, Illuminator, Headhunter, Abyssal, Blood Frenzy. We wanted to play that one, yeah. But first we're gonna try to get... Yeah, 37, but more is not good. Yeah, good. So I need to get to 60 to max this out easily. They look boring thoughts. Trent, it's down to you. And I can't tell you what you find interesting or not. Right? I'm not your caretaker of your fun. If you don't enjoy something, may it be as it is.
That's it for that piece.
Then you don't find it interesting. Can we, like, I haven't checked this one yet because I never asked my question. Now we can't reroll that one, right? Yeah. Okay, so what's the next? Next is back to Helltide. Yo. Oh, Wilt Boss. We haven't done a Wilt Boss. I've tried Paladin. Well, yes, before this season. Find a link for your build. It's in the description of the YouTube video, sir. And it has a full video already up about the build, which we'll obviously see an update today or tomorrow. Or today the planner, tomorrow the video. That's a lot of demons. Please. That's a lot of demons. Out of nowhere. Spirit Lady Demon. The amount of cinders that these demons are dropping is like, oh my, amazing. And the runes. So I made Harbingers, by the way, worth more. Just in case you wonder, like the Harbingers, like they have a higher chance to drop, but they also just give you more loot. It's quite crazy how much more. As you notice, quite baffling here. We can summon the Queen of the Helltide, always my favorite activity. So I'm still not sure about the Fiend, by the way. We swapped them back in after the Terror Swarm disappointed us to a degree. I might have to try a different like version of the Terror Storm. just summon demons in the middle. Wait for everyone to come because that's kind of fun. Right? I'm not moving away from here. I'm just sitting in the middle and just have like this demonic onslaught happening. Yeah, it's Torment 7, and oh, there was 81 million hit, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. I guess put out finally. What would you recommend for someone new to Diablo? Barba, Necro? Definitely Necro. Necro has like a lot of specs that do not require minions, and it's just overall going to be more fun, in my humble opinion.
It is done.
Collect of ancestral chest plates. Wow. The collection of ancestral set plates, it usually used to be always like greater affix item, right? And now I get a non-greater affix one. The sigh. The amount of non-greater affix gear that you're getting is disappointing. Okay, we got 200. I could just go open 2 smaller chests if I wanted to. And usually I end up just opening the smaller chests because it's just easier, right? I don't have to bother about opening the bigger chests. Even though that's kind of like cheap. But it allows you to just not spend too much time in the Helltide and just bounce around. Any build guides in the description of the YouTube video, sir. You can find the plana with the video. I'm pretty pleased with my damage output so far. There's always more, right? Oh, we're making moves. Oh, where's the big... Oh, the big chest on Mars. Yeah, see, like, I can't really be bothered to get the big chest because it's on Mars. I'm sorry. A world boss is not worth it. Oh, God, this... It's not that world bosses are not worth it. It's just that I can't be asked to go to one. World bosses are usually tedious and they take a long time, and it's like really annoying to deal with them. That most of the time you just don't want to be bothered. It's actually that simple. Now the problem is that there is a world boss, I think, seasonal rank thingy, so I will have to go to a world boss at some point. But yeah, it's not that I particularly enjoy going for world bosses. Steven, thank you for that subscription gift. Also, Top Ace, thank you for your 24 centuries of support. Biocast for 6 months. Bio, missed you, sorry. Appreciate it. Every there, gentlemen. What I miss right now is a bit more evisceration stuff. Like, I feel like evisceration is great, but I'd like to have more. I mean, I think I do already the most you can to have that eviscerate stack like go away and do like millions and millions of damage. Also, the invisible damage that you don't see, because that's how eviscerate works. Like, it's in the background, noticeable. Do you know where to farm the yellow cube, man? You have whispers that give you yellow cube mats, and you can do Undercity tributes that give you cube mats. So those are 2 sources, I would assume, Drizzy. What bosses has no more resilience anymore? Andre, really? Did they fix it? Did they fix world bosses to not have resilience anymore? Because it was honestly the main reason why I stopped doing world bosses, right? Because the resilience was probably the shittiest idea they've had yet to date. Okay, here, collection of chaos, nice. Lair bosses +1 power, lair bosses +2 power. Woo, ladies and gentlemen, can I kill a lair boss with +2 power in Torment 7? And bosses have really not been an issue with this build. So what if I go back to Terror Storm? I have... The problem is Terror Storms last for 15 seconds and they have a 30-second cooldown, and you can't really reduce the cooldown. Whereas the... It's like you only have it up for half the time. Bacon, thank you for the Prime subscription. Bacon, thank you for the Prime support. Welcome back, brother man. Seems to be working rather well damage-wise. I mean, we just got hit by his, just got hit by the what is it called again? The orbs. What are we doing here? Well, we're just stacking up 200 demons, Chad. Things you do. Okay, Varshan, listen, you cannot just waltz here out of this, because the problem is if you waltz out of this, you're going to be missing out on all the damage that we would have dealt to you with our shit. Goodness, that's slow, and that poison is so annoying from his vault. Ah, Varshan, I know why I never liked fighting you. Okay, let's get more. Good. Let's also swap this out for Jiffy. For the storm again. To go back to... The problem is if you go like here for the Terror Storm, right? You will feed your sigil, and that's actually bad. Because you don't want to feed your sigil. I've tried that out before, and it kind of makes the Terror Storm vanish. It's a bit weird. Like this, you instantly get 3 demons out. And 4. It's like this is more damage. Oh my goodness, poison again. So it actually does more damage, so it kind of works. Take it. Thank you very much. 200 again. Good. I have real trouble getting my aspects, or I'm missing something obvious in the game. No, you're not. So if you just joined, you are just joined. If you just got Torment here, you're probably going to have no aspects. I didn't have a single defensive aspect as I joined Torment 1. So it's not you, it's the game. For some reason, they decided to make it overly weird and drop overly few, like, legendaries. So you're pretty much going to end up being in the Torment tiers, and you're going to end up not having shit, and it's going to be, like, mighty weird, and it makes no sense, but that's how they want it to be. You think Warlock is going to be your new main? I don't have a main, sir. I make builds for every... I make builds for every class. And will always make builds for every class. So I don't see the need to have a main. If that makes sense. As I enjoy just way too much making builds for things. I know why I disliked Power Barshan. I mean, it would be easier if I could just avoid his stupid balls of whatsoever. But I'm terrible at it right now. Okay. Let's do this quickly, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry. Feet of Abaddon feels better than Terror Storm. I mean, Feet of Abaddon probably deals more damage, Katie, but the thing is that Feet of Abaddon boosts your lesser demons, and the Terror Storm boosts your Arc Fiends. I'm not entirely sure which one is the more damage, but yeah, it's like something to consider. We're gonna pull this out. That one here. It's really funny because if you do this, you actually have a chance for when you open up the horde demons to appear. Pretty cool. So Varshan, you annoying persona. Like when you take the +2 out, his power level just drastically drops, right? And when you avoid the balls of death, then it also drops. Is it true that Demon Form was nerfed on season start? I didn't engage with Demon Form, so I can't tell you, sir. Oh, Belial. Interesting. Yep, that one just vanished. There, Bosky. 2 Betrayer's Husk now. What do we have here? We got a Horizon. Another Fur and a Linta. That's 7% more maximum life. What does my current Linta do? 7%. It's always like that, it seems. Okay, and now we need to do... The last one is a Nightmare Dungeon. The Rampage Ring is awesome. The Rampage Ring is the best. Frost, good to see you there, partner. Have you enjoyed the Windrose content? Warlock has a lack of mobility. No? But I play a rather slow... No, it's not a slow build. Okay, that's the wrong way to look at it. My casting is stationary. So, for example, I summon these demons, and these demons, they work like in a certain area, and then I just kill everything in that area and move on. Whereas, like, if you play Direct Claws, for example, you press, like, Direct Claws and while you're moving around, pretty much, right? So, it's kind of like the spec I play is more stationary than zooming. Which is not really, like, a problem, because if you do high pit tiers, you're not zooming anyways. So this is like kind of people are so against, oh no, standing around to deal damage is so bad. But then they forget that this is actually how higher pit tiers are. You're gonna be pulling a pack of mobs together, and then you're gonna smash that pack of mobs, right? Oops. And then you're gonna smash that pack of mobs, and then go on and go on, right? Does Nightmare Dungeons from sigils count for War Plan? Yes. You can also open your Nightmare Dungeon sigil, and then that is for the War Plan. You're not forced to have the War Plan give you a Nightmare Dungeon. Okay, this is not required. It just makes it easier because you don't have to give a flying card. Like for example, if you're thinking about going into a Infernal Horde, you can definitely choose to go for the Infernal Horde with the most floors, but you could also just do the Infernal Horde that they give you with fewer floors. So you're just faster through the whole thing, right? It's totally up to you. Like, the new system really gives you the freedom of choice there. I think that's a beautiful thing. Jesus, annoying enemies. Let's afflict them. Now, down. Need a different trigger for my Kui Rune, which is currently, if I don't take health damage, it works, right? But occasionally we take health damage. Do you have a build for your current build? Yes, we have a build guide for this build, but it's not the current build because we're currently changing a few things up. So what you see here on stream is a potentially improved version of what we have uploaded on YouTube. But it's also not done yet because the version on YouTube is definitely tankier than what we're doing here right now. So you do see me like losing quite some life and getting damage. So make of that what you want. I mean, for example, I'm playing my Command Fallen because the Command Fallen is technically giving me more dominance, and therefore it allows me to easier to do what I'm doing. But we also gotta try out to use of the command fallen, for example. I can't change it, but I'll show you. We have been thinking about using the Hellfire Aura just to fortify us. So if you're permanently fortified, that's kind of nice. And there's also like an aspect that gives you more damage if you're fortified. So that might actually be a cool thought there. Into it. Like this Thunder City right now didn't really have many ways to gain attunement. Or am I just crazy? Any hope for Sork this season? Yeah. I mean, we will play every spec. Sork is looking very good. Mr. Makuna already is sitting in Torment 12, so it's definitely... Torment 12 is definitely possible, but I'm not surprised by this. Now, the question is obviously, can you do Torment 12 also with the fun specs? Because Torment 12 is probably possible with Sork with the most try-hard, die-hard, you know, whatever spec again. But what if you just want to play something fun, right? Is Fireball working? Is an Incinerate Disintegration Beam working? Meteor should be working again, but how well is it working, right? These kind of questions are out there for me personally. Because that you can get there with a good spec. I never doubted that. But the good specs are not necessarily the most fun specs to play. Right, they're just the good specs. We have 61 seconds to tingle-tangle around here, so I guess I'm going to try to get as many things as I can. And that we can push that achievement a single jiffy more forward. I doubt we'll have enough enemies, but never say never. Oh, that's that. When I really tried. Are we sure the ring drops from Roshan? You mean this ring here, the Seal of Opponent? No, you mean the Lurid Pact. Yeah? Demon! Demon! Boss dead. This is honestly the greatest fun for me, like the boss fighting component of this build. Ooh, sturdy boots with 2 greater affixes. Damn, Chan. Damn, 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 damn! Let's see. Gauntlets, Ancestral, got it. Okay, we got maximum of 8 charges plus 3. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, what can I put on him? I can add an affix, chat, but what affix do we want to add? Can we... Wait, are they different? Wait, I have different ones. I have ones with Wrath Generation, and I have ones with Evade Charges. I prefer the one with Wrath Generation, but the 3 Evade Charges is also pretty cool. It's to have or not to have. So I'd like to tune in a... Why can a boot have an offensive aspect? And what would be an offensive aspect on a pair of boots? Right? Cannot add affix, yeah. I knew that. I obviously knew that, right? Right? So we got maximum life, cool. And if I now get the same boots, and we're gonna be adding We're gonna re-roll the poison resistance into armor. And suddenly we have a good pair of boots. Certainly. Ta-da. Slow and steady, Chan.
May you find your way back.
Then we can temper, barrier, fortify, thorns, sigil, crowd, impairment. Sigil duration is actually nice. Give me sigil duration. Yeah, 43. 43. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
PT to break another LvL, swinging away.
Slow and steady. Slow and steady.
Worthy of the ancients, this.
Gauntlets of Shale so far. Oh, Gauntlets of Shale. What do they do again? It just doesn't ring a bell right now, so I don't know if I have tried though.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Right? Killing at least 30 enemies demons within 10 seconds increases your damage by 50 for 10 seconds. I mean that works, but the demonology stacking might be better. Okay, we got a new war plan. That would be Urivar, Pit. Helltide. Okay, Helltide, Nightmare, Pit, Arshan, Pit. What's your amount of experience orbs? Let's be greedy. But before we do this, we're gonna do a pit. 60? 55. Ah, so the one that sacrificed your greater demon to power Fiend of Abaddon. Yeah, no. Because we want to have our Rampage demons active. I mean, our Rampage demons are our source of awesomeness. Right now, the most damage we're dealing is pretty much with the Rampage demons rampaging and with the initial bleed of the Rampage demons, right? So you're going to eviscerate enemies and then you're going to like harp in on that eviscerate, because this is something that you can't see in the damage here right now. But once we've hit an enemy, then each consecutive hit has a chance to eviscerate them even harder. And this is like the invisible damage that's happening in the background that you don't even see. We'd have to probably like go for a boss to kind of figure out how high that actually is. But it ticks like for millions per second. And I think I can have it like tick for hundreds of millions in the long run. I'm going all out. I think yeah, I'm not happy with playing the Command Fallen. I think we're gonna mix the Command Fallen over to the other skill now. And then I gotta get some cooldown reduction, I guess. We'll go ring already with cooldown reduction. Cooldown reduction generally seems like harder to come by nowadays. Don't forget the 666 chest. Oh, we will definitely have to interact with that one. Don't worry. Like, these deathies here are unnecessary and they can be avoided with Fortify, because just Fortify would give me that much more like just that jiffy more damage reduction to make sure that these don't happen anymore. I really don't know what I died to. But he's dead, so it's fine. Is Lilith the good guy now? No, Lilith is still evil, but a necessary evil, sir. I mean, the one thing you should learn of the story is not everything is white and black, right? There's gray tones in the world. I mean, Lilith wasn't even in Diablo 4 necessarily evil. She just wanted humanity to be free. Free of demons, free of angels, free to choose to do whatever they want to do. The problem is that her methods might have not been the most optimal. And what she certainly wanted on her quest was taking care that her dad doesn't destroy her precious little plaything that she created. Right? And her dad never liked her pretty much, and she made Sanctuary, and then her dad is like just waiting to devour everything. How will you know? I can imagine that's not cool. See, mom doesn't like that. See, right now, my Terror Storm just vanished. And for some reason, I haven't figured this out yet, Terror Storm occasionally just vanishes. It makes it actually a terrible skill in that regard. Because who wants their Terror Storm to just vanish? How are we feeling, by the way, about the change that the death doesn't change the timer anymore in in PID? I mean, you're still gonna lose like your 1+1 upgrade if you die, right? But you're at least not losing any time anymore. Optimally, you would still go through every single time without dying, unless you're not getting immensely punished. Is the Heraldry Cube of any use? I just took an item, double greater affixed item, then I put a third greater affix on it, and another one, and then I re-rolled another affix, and now it's the perfect item. So is the Heraldry Cube useful? Absolutely. You haven't seen many streamers use it. That's because most streamers suck at computer games and new things are hard to grasp. Don't take this the wrong way, but also content creators have to learn new things, and you know, that takes time. Not everyone grasps new systems instantly. It's a while, the process. I mean, yesterday most people were probably busy with just playing, having fun, learning the Warlock, and then now over time more of the Heraldry Cube will be used. Oh, 100 million, let's go. Love to see it. Slow and steady, ladies and gentlemen. 100 million is 100 million though. We got a chest here.
Mainlander, what brings you back to it then?
I mean, for example, you can also use the cube to just reroll set charms to make them into better set charms. For example, I have the Linta of Abaddon, but I don't need a Linta. So I'm just going to take the Linta right now, and I'm going to turn this into a... Oh no, this is the wrong one. Shit. So you can just turn these into different ones from the set that you're looking for, which is actually incredibly useful. And I'm currently looking for one of these that will help me with my demon skills, like a double one. That would be great. Temper, cooldown reduction, temper. Ah, yep. So what we wanted to do is, like I've been now rocking this Fallen skill here again, but we wanted to again replace it through Dark Prison, with the basic idea of Dark Prison being able to just fortify me the whole time. good. So this is Dark Prison, and Dark Prison is like a very interesting, nifty tool. So let me just jump into 60 for a second. So what's going to happen is that we're going to teleport out again. Because I forget to put the skill in my skill bar. Well, that reminds me, Pit. Another upgrade. Thank you. Skill in the skill bar. So this one is quite cool. It creates this aura around me together with my other skill. And this aura now fortifies me passively. So we would just be fortifying, right? And kills inside this just reset the cooldown. So that I pretty much have it like up more often. You can see I'm just almost like fully fortified up just from having this passively running. That's quite nice. Because if I get now damaged or if something hits me unfortunate, we get the damage reduction from the fortify, but we also get the heal from the fortify. So it nicely keeps me up to date with what's going on. Oh no, I died. I don't know what I did. Yeah, the random appearance for Terror Storm makes it feel bad for you. Not for you, for everyone else. I mean, Terror Storm just randomly disappearing makes no sense. Which makes technically the Fiend of Abaddon, again, the better choice. But it's just like the weird part with the Fiend of Abaddon that you like sometimes have it, sometimes you don't have it. It's like the Fiend of Abaddon on cooldown just feels bad, but the Fiend of Abaddon on dominance also feels bad because then you just have to really... I don't know what eats me there. The Fiend of Abaddon, like on... Well, again, on... Dominance makes you have to, like, do the conscious choice between summoning it or the Rampage, and it's just weird. I don't like it. We definitely have to, I guess, for Torment 8, start upgrading items, because right now my items are not upgraded. So only my weapon is upgraded with Opdesign. My other stuff is not updated with Opdesign. Yes, you're right, Chan. Why would you upgrade items when you can just brute force your way? But I guess we're noticing from a defensive standpoint. So you might need a bit more... Ow. Yeah, random things keep killing me. I guess it would help if I also had, like, what is it called again? All my elemental resistances in, right? Maybe that would help, but I am a stubborn cow, so let me be stubborn. Or we want to zoot around in Torment 8, then we want to zoot around in Torment 8. Currently, we can get like 8 upgrades per push. Mad chat, 8 upgrades to 1 room. Crazy. Oh my goodness, that's what kills me. The elemental kaboom. Is the new expansion worth it? If you like Diablo, yes. If you don't like Diablo, no. Sounds reasonable, but think about it. Like if you never enjoyed Diablo, then it's not gonna magically make you like Diablo, right? Very important. It's not transforming it into a new game. It's just still Diablo, right? I think a lot of people were hoping to return and just find a complete different game that for some reason doesn't have anything of like Guild 1 in there, and suddenly they would magically enjoy it. It's a good fast class. Necromancer, Paladin, Barbarian seems to be doing well. Okay, so somewhat this one helped with the tankiness. And I think what makes the Terror Storm disappear is the traveling. No, Terror Storm just disappeared, as you see there. Say it's the traveling with the Shadow Stab, but I didn't travel with Shadow Stab. And there it's gone. I didn't feel there were enough items used for the winning builds. What do you mean? There is a new helmet. There is a okay, these like lightning explosion dudes are my downfall here right now. So there's a new helmet. There are gloves, 2 gloves actually. One of them probably needs to be turned into a charm. If you then can turn one of them into a charm, because you can't turn every single item into a charm. Then there is the, what is it called again? There's the mace for Golem. There is the Zangabar's blade, if you then wanted to go for armored cadet shenanigans. There's more than just a few. Hello, Artificer's Guardian. Conductor of the Evil. Please get beaten into smithereens. Thank you very much. Pan's Ancestral, set charm, sturdy, set charm, set charm. Okay, so I can do attrition +2, +2, and 1, 2, 3, 4. Nice. Wait, isn't the legendary upgrade is now at level 50? Oh my lord, Chad. I thought I would get the legendary upgrade easily. It's level 50 now. The minion tag, well, it's not always minion tag, it's summons blue. So you can't just go minion, right? You gotta do summon. You gotta do skeleton. You gotta do golem, that kind of stuff. You know? You've barely been stretching the surface. You cannot recover above 65% of your maximum life, but your defensive skills deal 400% increased damage. Huh. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. Not sure what for. I'll have to look into it. Okay, so we are in Torment 8 if we want to. Made it, ladies and gentlemen. That's 2 to Hellfire skills. That's 3 to Abyss skills. I mean, I would have all to kind of like, I would have all to make the whole set, right? I need Fur and Lore. The problem is that my Lore here always has Abyss skills, and I kind of want to have it different, right? I don't want to Lore with Abyss skills. See, this is total armor. This is Abyss skills again. Kind of sad. You probably like re-roll some of them. So set charms. This is fur. 3 to Hellfire skills, useless. Abyss skills. Abyss skills again. Greater affix? Interesting. I didn't know that was possible. Demonology skills. That's the lore. See? This one can now replace my +2 demonology skills here. And then I just need a... just need 1 fur. Arrow. Lore. Fur. What I'm looking for, but this would be the 5er stat because it says sadism increases your demonology skill damage by 2% per stack, which would then be another 200% bonus damage. So that is a grand total of 400% bonus damage from this, in theory. Right? We're Torment 8 now. Let's see. Right? Prison of Chaldeum. Let's actually check if we have something. Here, you can check if you have one. See, this is the Whispering Vault. And that is now one with a whisper. Death Grip, the unique for Necro. If I would have to guess, I'd say Beast of Eyes, but that's just an absolute guess, right? Okay, chat. Technically with this set now, 166 million. There we go. I want to say technically with this set, we should instantly see a huge increase in damage. Okay. Let's see if that holds true. This one is one of the most awful ones, and I absolutely hate it. The Butcher, you say? Yep, 147. I mean, like, the damage increase is there, huh? 204 million, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Dude, $1 billion. Ladies and gentlemen, how? Where? Why? What do we do? Ladies and gentlemen, $1 billion. We're going places. Get the camera. Well, I guess finishing that set was the trick, huh? I didn't anticipate that finishing the set would like really be that much damage, but I guess there we go. Any Paladin build yet? No. I mean, you can still play the Captain America build from last season. You get nerfed, but it still works. You play Crimson Desert. I played it for 300 hours roughly. I did everything in Crimson Desert. You will probably find the most useful Crimson Desert videos from me in the internet. But we're not playing it right now anymore because, well, we did everything, right? We covered every single angle of the game. So now I want to play new games and have new fun. You know what the only thing that annoys me about triggering this skill is? That I have to trigger it. I'm currently like trying to find a way how I can automatize things more so I don't have to think about like triggering this skill. But it's hard. I mean, we could go back to obviously the Fallen, but it feels just bad to use them. Oh, Gilded. No, wait, is the Gilded? Okay, wait, no, here? Yeah, they were Gilded. I'm not crazy. Money, 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 money. Money. Money, money. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you ready for that boss damage? Torment aid. Oh, stop stopping me from casting things because you're making it worse. Okay, so what is happening? Why are we getting so much more damage? So this one says, gain sadism for 10 seconds. That gives me 200% bonus damage. And now it also increases my skill damage by another 200%. So I essentially get 200% more damage, right? But the actual skills are also doing 200% more damage that will then be increased by 200%. So that's where that's working so very well. Oh, this is a good one. Okay, now we gotta go for the Helltide. Audiobug? Where's Audiobug? Oh no, sorry. My watch. Yes. Sorry, I just got called. My apologies, sirs and ma'ams. I just got a call. You may want to play Diablo again. You should. I mean, Diablo is a very simple game that is very fun to play. Collection of Mysteries, chat. That's a new one. So, I highly recommend Diablo to anyone who likes ARPG fun. It's not the most complicated one, right? It doesn't require a PhD in Diablo logic.
Pardon me, stranger. Could you spare a moment?
What can I say? I mean, am I really excited to play Path of Exile again at the end of May? Yes, absolutely, guys. Do you know how much I'm looking forward to Path of Exile? But I also know that I will need a PhD in Path of Exile once again. Right? It's not going to be easy. I'll be having to get my spreadsheets out and spread those cheats. And then I'll be having to, you know, make videos on every mechanic because, like, no mechanic makes inherently sense and the game doesn't explain them to you. Right? Are you playing Necro? Yes, we'll be playing Necro, but this is day 2, sir. I mean, I'm barely getting warm with the Necromancer. I just learned how good my set is. I mean, I knew my set was good, but I didn't expect it to raise to 200 million damage. One thing we gotta do is... we got to... God, everything's like doing way too much damage. We got to... Brain Saiyan. Damage set. Gotta get the right seals. So we gotta re-roll the others. So I get more skilled damage. We gotta turn our damage to normal damage and check out how much the Eviscerate bleeding would now do. But we definitely have to work on our survivability. As you can see, we just die randomly. By the way, Ancestrals everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. If you wonder what the red items are, they're Ancestrals. You can recolor things with a loot filter. Just if you're being confusion. How's he doing that, Mom? Oh, it's a loot filter. Which I'm still very sad about that we needed. So I don't want to use a loot filter. Like, call me old-fashioned, but I really just... Oh, he just summoned... Nice. I'm more surprised. Like, I'm not surprised that, like... the demon itself is being summoned. What I'm surprised about at all is seeing another player. I haven't seen other players in forever. He plays Dreadclaws, though, ladies and gentlemen. He's a Dreadclaw player. Look at him. No, there's a lot of other players. Chat, there's more other players in my game. Preposterous. Are you gonna put in more hearts? No? Other players in my game. Turn Frostbite back on. That could work. Would you be so kind to prepare a Hell Fracture build? If I, or as soon as I'm Torment 12, I will also fiddle with a Hell Fracture build. Promise. Okay. So what does the Chest of Mysteries give now, chat? Because oh, wow, what the fuck? Like, just, okay. I love it, ladies and gentlemen. The Chest of Mysteries is the new chest that you can get. Great. Great. From your tree. From your working man table trees. Briefs. Okay, we're gonna keep the Mloch beating. Hellfire skills deal increased damage for every skill you have empowered by volatility. Casting a volatility empowered skill increases your core stats. Ah, interesting. That one is worse than what I have. Okay, wait. This is ancestral. I mean, we need 900 item power items, right? But I want them with greater affixes, so I'm unwilling to just use non-greater affix items. Even though that's wrong, I shouldn't be unwilling to use non-greater affixed items. There's no reason I think that way. Maximum life, physical resistance. Yeah, we should probably take that one. Because this one here is now more max life, right? More physical resistance, more armor. It does essentially everything better than what I had before, right? Damage over time effects. Last time you've been here, well, sir. I mean, like last time you've been here, I didn't. I did sleep, but we have been playing now for quite a while, so. C and sir. Get a Bach. Travel 5 meters. I could travel for my bulwark. Still don't like it.
Stones to cut. A jewel plucked from the sky.
Back to it, then, what brings you?
This one needs to be the potion capacity. I mean, potion capacity is technically not a bad thing, right? Math generation. Better. Do I have a greater affixed item that I want to upgrade already? Oh, I have my boots, right? My boots are actually nice, so I guess we can ballsy up an item. Ladies and gentlemen! Yeah, no. No. I don't want 6 maximum evade charges. I'm very sorry.
That is a scary craftsmanship.
Sigil duration. Okay, I'll take that. All right, I just don't. I don't want that many evade charges. Dude, like, there's a too much. Okay, chat. Too much. Too hard. I did sleep, sir. I'm sorry. I did sleep some. I'm good. We're fully functional again today. I mean, our guide is out. People have been loving it, so I'm really happy to see that how many have been enjoying the Warlock guide. But obviously, I now need to give you the better version because this is what you do, right? So today, again, the goal is that we are hitting Torment 12. So we're on a good way for this, though. So I'm not really scared, worried that we won't hit Torment 12. We should. Especially with all the ancestral items that we're getting. To get the perfect set charms now. Like, optimally, you would want to get set charms that gives you +3 demonology skills. Like, right? That'd be insane. wish there was a way to create more dominance. This is currently what I'm missing. I'm missing a way to make more dominance. I know there's a Paragon board for it that would create more dominance, but it wouldn't give me more damage, so this is where I'm a bit reluctant to work with it. But this is like the only thing that we're missing here currently. A sturdy way to create a bit more of that. Because then we could just drop more demons on the enemy and that shit would be cooking. But I guess this is like the intention behind it to essentially not have you create more dominance, because then the Rampage demons would be a bit out of control. When we also tried out something, in case you missed it, chat, what if instead of the demon spam, we would go for the shadow demons, okay? So this was a new thing that we wanted to try out. And let me just show you the success of this. So it's interesting, but at the same time, I don't like it because it would be a complete different build. So this would be like Shadow Rampage Demon, but you would pretty much go for Shadow Rampage Demon Noob because it would look like this, right? So you're gonna slam him down and boom, it's 270 million damage, right? And every slam will make him stronger and have a bigger range. So right, really, really good. Just works. But I don't like it versus bossing, right? Not the same as like having my cool demons like go out there. I mean, it works. Like this is 1 demon, 2 demon, 3 demon. This essentially would be a demon spam build, right? So this is then your main skill. You would just go out there and just slam him down over and over again. It's useful. It makes it a bit more aggressive, but it, like, if I do this, for example, it would completely go away from the Eviscerate route. You would just use the demon, right? You wouldn't use anything else. You would just use that demon. Stomp build? Yeah, I mean, essentially it would turn into a stomp build. Thing is, like, you would then have to go like the shadow route and have like the go hex and have that empower you. Because otherwise, I just don't see how that would be possible to effectively play. Rats, giant rats everywhere. I feel like they improved the pen. It's picking up things faster. What do you think, Chan? Recasting the demon was good for leveling. Yep. So the problem is it's an abyss skill then, right? It's an abyss skill. And if you turn it into an abyss skill, then you also, like, you should forget about the Legion shard because it makes no sense. Then I'd have to probably go for Mastermind. Recast skills no longer break Shadow Form stealth at the cost of 2 stacks of Shadow Form per cast. While you have Shadow Form Abyss skills deal 30% increased damage, you gain 5% movement speed per stack. So you would have to do Mastermind, then you would have to do Lurid Pact for the Rampage. We would still go for the Demonology skills because that would still increase our damage, right? But you would go for Abyss. Like, you would obviously also have to swap, like, all our demon stuff out for Abyss stuff then. And then you need something like your Abyss skill to deal 9% increased damage for each stack of Shadow Form. This bonus increased by 100% while you have Shadow. So, we would need a lot of stacks, right, of Shadow Form at any given point. Yeah. And then hope that kind of works. Because you'd also have, like, we would have to maintain Shadow Form stacks like there's no tomorrow. So that's that different, right? Don't really feel that. You're still using the one-handed sword. We're still using the one-handed sword, which says hitting a lesser demon with bombardment explodes of a bombardment impact and less than 3 seconds bombardment left duration. So the thing is that the bombardment itself does do quite some decent damage. There's no reason to not use the bombardment. I mean, if we're just going for the damage testing here. Have your demon slam down, right? Demon good damage. If we just go for the damage here, see this is millions as well. And the demons, obviously, when I get enough of these, there's quite some damage coming together. Kind of worth it. And what you not see is the white bleeding damage, because this is the thing, you don't have the so there is something that's going on in the background that you don't see, but there's this tick in between. Do you see this tiny tick here? Very tiny tick. It's ticking for millions. This is a 40 million damage tick. This is the Eviscerate. I'm not entirely sure how it is calculated, but this is like a 15 million Eviscerate happening in the background, right? There's all this damage, but there's 100 million also ticking Eviscerate happening. So that's that. Right? You currently have the Infernal because your Arc Fiend skills deal increased damage and gain their lesser demon side upgrade. Allows me to spam things even more. We get the Blade of Sight of Flame. You get the Lurid Pact, and you get the Siege of Horizon. And we get the Demonology skill damage, and we get knockdown enemies. Plus knockdown enemies. Plus defense. All other streamers moved on already. I mean, that's dumb. This is me. What can I say? We're just having fun. Okay, we just did the Pit 60, if you remember. And it worked kind of well, but we died. Now we improved one of our items to make us way more defense-y. So I'm obviously like, we're trying to kind of max our, see that's 141 million, isn't that nice? We're kind of trying to max our Rampage damage. But it's kind of like sits all together because just Rampage damage maxing doesn't seem to be like what you're looking for, right? You kind of look for everything a little bit. Because it all plays together. I mean, I use the tiny demons anyways because they work, right? They do a stream of damage, and it's good damage. While the big dudes are also excellent, right? Especially their Eviscerate is just insane. When you have time to show the stomp build, oh, we will make the stomp build a thing, don't worry. But I'm currently, I need to bring this to Torment 12 first because I need to figure out how can I get defensy enough to make this work. And once this is Torment 12, then we start experimenting with other versions of the build, okay? Because, like, obviously, I would have to just do complete different things now. Like, do not worry. We will, end of the day, have, like, tons of different builds for you. But, as always, we gotta, like, get to that point first, right? We gotta have our one build that works, that we know what we can do, that we can get all the loot together with, and then we can start branching and experimenting. It's only day 2, so please bear with me. Only so much I can do. Still not sure about the fiery chains. Do we like the fiery chains? Don't we like the fiery chains, chat? What do you think? I like the Command Fallen a bit more. Well, the Command Fallen technically has the advantage of giving us a bit more dominance per sec. It's not much because it says every 15 times a Command Fallen attacks, you get more dominance. But it's just more than nothing, so that's like kind of okay to have. Use Dark Prison. We were thinking Dark Prison or the skill that pulls things around, like the Dark Prison version that pulls things around. Currently, we're using Dark Prison as the Aura version because the Dark Prison Aura version does give you Fortify, right? So we get the here, Dark Prison becomes a Hellfire skill, slows enemies. Slowing enemies is always good. Crowd control is nice. Works against bosses to just build up their stun, right? Quite decent. And then we're pretty much making this fortify us so that we have some kind of bonus heal, bonus damage reduction, bonus whatever happening. I like it, but as you notice, like we don't have our gear upgraded to really survive certain things. I mean, we're sitting only at 17,000 life, which doesn't seem to be it. And we're also only having like 200,000 toughness, also doesn't seem to be it. So we definitely need to boost our things. I mean, it doesn't help that we don't have really ancestral items, right? Or greater affix items at that. But I refuse to upgrade old items because there's one thing I noticed, chat. I salvaged a fully upgraded item and I barely get resources back. I mean, usually it was like if you salvage a fully upgraded item, you just get your resources back, right? Didn't. Very unhappy. Felt like I was just pissing away good opportunities. Me no likey. Are you getting Wrath? Oh, I don't gain Wrath. I just don't spend Wrath. So I have this specialty with the Rampage that when I cast Rampage, my lesser demon skills are creating Wrath per hit. Okay, so I do this, and then my demons falling from the sky from bombardment, they pretty much create 9 Wrath. And due to the Paragon board, their cost is also reduced to half. So we are shooting them out for 14 or so, which allows me to infinitely shoot them out. And then I have Wrath per second on gear as well, but that I actually don't even need. So you can only do this as soon as you have, like, I think you need 30 Paragon points for this. So you actually reach the node. Once you have the 30 Paragon points, you are pretty much slated for infinite resource. It's amazing. It works really well. What set do you use? The Mephis? It gives your demon sadism, which is a huge damage bonus, FYI. I mean, right now I need more of my runes upgraded that give us demonology skill damage if we put like skill points into that. Because that seems to be the biggest increase in damage right now. So just flat demonology skill damage that I can then multiply upwards. Maybe we're trying to get. And due to how much like core skills we're using, I want to use cast core skills for Varia. I think that would work best. And I also want to know like how well Ahu would work, because technically we have a lot of lucky hit, but my thingy only has 3% lucky hit chance. Oh, look at him, Chad, the Guardian. Get him smash into smithereens. So here, I would just need like a little bit more dominance to make this even smoother. Just a little bit more dominance. Okay, we can upgrade attrition, but attrition is that. See, this is for every willpower you deal, increased damage with the demonology skills. I kind of feel like I need this, right? They'd be the best. And here, this is willpower reduced, like you do more Arcfiend skill damage. Would also work. Get this to 50 easy. Sure that people make IRL money with this game. Yeah, some. Not much, but some. It's the one I have in similar. Ancestral Gauntlets, finally. I mean, these are attack speed, fire resistance. Can I? So, for Roderick Cube usage again, chat. So, this is attack speed, willpower, which is good. However, I want a reroll gone. So, I want the Fortified Generation or the other thingy gone. So, I'm going to reroll a defensive aspect now. Okay. So, one of these defensive ones is now going to get something else, which is going to turn the maximum life. Fantastic. We love that. That's 2,000 max life. That's way tankier. And then I can go and re-roll this Fortified Generation that no one likes into critical strike damage multiplier, for example. Even though it doesn't really make sense because my critical strike chance is only 14.2%. Yeah, I need more crit chance. Right? Crit chance very low. Might as well just go for vulnerable damage multiplier at this point because I at least have vulnerable damage. Right? Knocked. I heard Barb doing 19 billion or more. Oh, there's definitely quite some damage out there possible, sir. Warlock can also do billions. But hell, it's day 2 of this season. You know? I need a Fulcrum of Mephis that has +1 charm slot as well. And I can't find one of these. Right? This one is, for example, giving me 3 ranks to Lesser Demon skills, so 2 ranks, but then resistance to all elements. Maybe 3 ranks, but this is not what we're looking for. One of these is like really amazing. They're all kind of eh. At least attack damage. Just that one. Where's the meta build? There's no meta build. Sorry. There's nothing super meta yet. Oh, and Barb is almost hitting for 1 trillion. Good to know. No wonder that Rob already swapped over to it.
Stranger.
I was surprised when I saw more Barb gameplay there. I guess we're chasing the high. Okay, we need a bit more war plans with a few more pits. So we can do a bit more pit-related shenanigans. And we also need to turn this glove into a maximum upgraded item, probably. I mean, I only want to use my resources on greater affixed items, but it seems almost like you are forced to use your resources on ancestral items, which just feels bad. The buffs they did were amazing. The problem is I don't like Whirlwind Barb. I have like absolute zero interest in trying that one out. And right now it's all about finding like out how to make this Eviscerate build go all the way to the next Torment tier. Once we have that one check-a-doodle, then we can choose to play the other Warlock builds, and then we will probably do Necromancer. We definitely won't rest before we get the Hell Fracture build running, right? Let's see if we can't turn some of these. Oh, we got, yeah, they're in the middle. Let's see, like, how do we focus the most on the demon, right? I feel like we're trying to go a bit in both directions right now, right? We try to do the demon, but we try to do the other stuff as well. But I feel like it's still inherently linked, because I don't see what other skill you could play for Eviscerate that is better than spamming the demons with the Eviscerate chance. You could technically do Dreadclaw Eviscerate, but if you do Dreadclaw Eviscerate, it's kind of like the same as playing Dreadclaw, so why even bother then? We'd be able to push all the difficulty. I mean, we just made it up to Torment 8. I'm definitely ready for Torment 9 damage-wise. I'm not ready for Torment 9 survival-wise yet. See, as you can see, I can die. Quite simple. So we gotta improve on that aspect of the build yet, but this is not pretty much the build. This is just me not having the items, right? Because my toughness is very low. Well, we barely have any elemental resistance. We barely have invested a single Paragon point in a single defensive node. Like, all our Paragon is offensive. So at end of the day, I'll need to get like another 30 Paragon points, and then we can talk about things, right? Because if I now get another 30 Paragon points, then I can invest them in defensive stuff, right? And then we're not gonna die. Like, pretty much these are my first defensive Paragon nodes so far. Might have to bother at some point to get some of them running. But you know how it is. Going for defense boring when more damage is always an option. Right? Oh, I really don't know what actually hit me there right now. That's fine. We tried the Paladin yet? No, I mean, it's day 2, sir. We started with a Warlock, and we have now played more of the Warlock, but we really haven't played anything else. And there's only so much you can do. I don't have anyone playing for me secretly while I sleep, you know? I'm doing this myself. It's only that as fast as we can do. Okay, optimally, I just have to gather 75 quickly, and then we're gonna have this one done here. For the update should be coming either tonight or tomorrow morning on this build. I mean, the planner should get updated rather quickly, because obviously once we figured out what works, we'll do it. I might have to try different defensive aspects. I mean, there's a fortification aspect with, like, there's an Eviscerate fortify aspect that I could use. I'm not sure if there's like a single dominance related aspect. I know there's one that gives us more dominance flat. It's the only thing I've seen so far. Buff Crusader, what are Paladins playing right now? Because I saw our beautiful shield Paladin get nerfed. So the Retribution Sub-Thorns have finally been shut down. Not really, but some. The fortify from the prison is not insane. However, what works really well on the prison is that it slows down enemies. Okay. Have you seen all the random accounts reposting your work on TikTok? Yes, sir. So the way it works on TikTok is that anyone can just take your videos and repost them without zero consequences. If you report them, sometimes you will actually have them reported and their accounts are getting banned. But more likely is that TikTok just doesn't give a flying fart. Miss them. The fun part is if I then upload my own video, okay, but then upload my own video, TikTok's gonna say, oh man, that's not original content. Someone else posted that already. Ban. Oh, greater collection of mysteries. Are you ready for this, Chad? This is a greater collection of mysteries. Oh, that was very upsetting. Greater collection can be absolutely insane, but also can be absolutely devastating. Oh, we get another boot. That's kind of bad because I don't need a boot. Okay, we get a boot. Red pans. But I already have a greater affix pans, and I would need to... I guess I should finally craft my ring upwards to make this work. Helmet would be good too.
That's it for that piece.
Okay, defense. The pit. Curious Undercity. Can do that. Trying to get the pit. Mr. Eink, thank you for the 96 months of support. Eink, very welcome back to you, partner. Hope life has you good and you're feeling well. We could probably slowly swap him out for Rahir to survive. Okay, so conclusion now, Chad. Was the dark prison worth it? I mean, that 80% slow for enemies inside is kind of nice. I like it. I'm still thinking about kicking Terrastorm out again. And just going back to just playing him. As a cooldown skill. Because Terrastorm has like this bug where it randomly gets aborted. And that's terrible. Right? Where the Fiend of Abaddon at least stays up for the full duration. At least that. Are you running the build that's on your MOBA page? Yes, but no, because we're changing up things a bit. So technically we're running that build, yes. Practically we're flicking things a bit around, right? We got 2 rings. So we got this ring here with crit strike, and we had a ring with cooldown reduction, chat. This one had cooldown reduction. Okay. I need to get rid of that shadow damage multiplier because that's awful.
This should be interesting.
Crit strike chance.
May you find your way back.
Demonology. Demon. Now let's see, is there anything dominance related? Yeah, not really, right? It's just really that. Nothing dominance related. The only way to actually do something with dominance is in the Paragon board, because there's a Paragon board that... How does it read again? The Paragon board, it says... While in demon form, your demonology skills damage is increased, and while not in demon form, you gain 1 dominance every 2 seconds, which is terrible. If it was 1 dominance every second, it would actually be really nice. We're in Torment 12? No, we're currently in Torment 8, sir. But we're not going to rest until we're in Torment 12.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Temper, resource temper. So we have cooldown reduction, we have resource cost, and we have offensive tempers. And if I go for the cooldown reduction here, I kind of wanted to max that one out. These 5.5. Okay. And we're gonna masterwork it up. That's the wrong cooldown reduction it hit, but at least it maxes it out. So that would reduce our Fiend of Abaddon like by almost 20 seconds. That's not bad. Especially because the cooldown of it is also gonna reduce by our other stuff. So it's kind of nifty. I still need the Seed of Horizon and the Lurid Pact as greater affix items. How do we do that right now? Okay, I'm still looking for a different rune trigger, but we're not getting any. Neo, Knock, Zan. Runes are just so rare currently. There's nothing you really want to use. Sad.
Welcome to the Islands. What do you bring?
Willpower. Willpower. To be honest, I probably miss a lot of royal diamonds because I just simply don't pick them up, right? The lot we just don't pick up. How come they don't give X bonuses after the massacre? Because the massacre is from your mercenary. And it's not the old massacre mechanic anymore. I might be used to. Okay. So this is not the kill streak massacre. This is the massacre from giving you more movement speed. And for some funny, very funny reason, your actual dudes are counting towards it. I absolutely abhor that lightning damage, John. The amount of time I have now died to nothing but that lightning damage is getting to me, slow and steady. What is that lightning damage? It's from that one affix that spawns like random fallen that I don't even see, which is the biggest problem, right? I don't see these fallen because I'm obviously cluttering the field with everything, so I miss out on what's happening there, and then I die to it. See, these fallen there. Stop obscuring myself. Stop obscuring myself. That would probably help tremendously. Ah, we wanted to swap a defensive aspect. Yes. Try out a fortify aspect, because there's one. What is D4 endgame now? It's this exact same as it was before, only that you can now alter it, like you can in Path of Exile 2, which kind of makes it more fun. But in its entirety, the endgame is the same. Right? I mean, it's still doing Hell Tides, the Pit, Nightmare Dungeons, that kind of stuff, so that hasn't changed. Right? It was the exploded demons again, chat. Higher HP, higher tiers will multiply enemy HP like crazy. No, sir. Torment 8 is hit 60. Torment 12 is pit 100. And as soon as you then hit Torment 12, then it's pit 100. Everything is pit 100 difficult. I think people expect a little bit too much out of Torment tiers because of how it was in Season 12 with the blood-soaked sigils and so on. But that wasn't ever what was going to happen. It was literally like their test. It was just pit 100. And as soon as you have a certain amount of damage, you can just do it. I mean, like for pit 100, like a few 100 million will do. Okay. As I said, I'm damage-wise probably ready for Torment 10 right now. Just from a damage standpoint. But my survival is lacking a bit behind. Has the loot table on the lair bosses changed? Yes, as far as I understood, the bosses are again dropping their loot. So there was this change in season 11, 10, I don't remember which season it was. There's this weird change where lair bosses were dropping like 50... I really don't know what actually... there was this really weird change where lair bosses were dropping 50% their own loot, and then they were dropping 50% loot from other lair bosses. It was really weird because you were like, hey, I'm doing Gregoire right now, and then you get loot from someone else. On the one hand, this could have been useful because you could actually get what you wanted, but it was also lowering the chances to get what you're actually looking for. And if I'm not mistaken, that should be reverted now that the bosses are actually dropping again what they should be dropping. Plus the Warlock loot, obviously. And we're getting a new lair boss that you can only access if you actually have a mythic item. If you did billions of damage, you should have definitely been going up to pit 100, sir. But the pit life scaling might have been changed slightly again. Right? I mean, I wasn't expecting to be able to kill a Torment 8 lair boss right away. Because we all know that for Torment 4 lair bosses, you need quite like some significant damage to actually do them. But like a Torment 7 lair boss was like Child's Play, for example. So I'm not sure where they went with the HP scaling. Like, it's hard to put a finger on it. But as always, it's also hard to put a finger on your defenses because I have 155,000 toughness, right? But what does 155,000 toughness even mean? Like, the one thing that I still think was a ginormous mistake of moving away from that system. The toughness-based system is still law. We need to stop dying. Dying takes time, Shan. We don't have time to die. Just get an Ancestral Charm. The grind is a lot harder. Yeah, Ancestral items are very, very rare. You really have to... Oh god, he has fire and the lightning dudes. That's god awful. The Ancestral items you have to get in higher Torment tiers. I mean, once you get into the higher Torment tiers, Ancestral items start dropping more and more, and quite significant more. I mean, at this point, like in Torment 7, it was quite nice. I mean, we're getting these. Still not many greater affix items, but definitely overall Ancestral items more. Because obviously, nowadays, a greater affix item is like a 900 item power item is not necessarily having a greater affix. Right? They changed that, so you can pretty much get ancestral items, but they don't even have greater affixes. Yay. Why would they, right? Why would they? It would be weird. See, that's a two-handed ancestral item. One of them has greater affixes. Okay, 6 ranks. A first legendary one, ladies and gentlemen. In a while. Just hit 50 on Necro, almost there. Let's go, sir. You're doing awesome. Still not sure if this one is worth it, because Arc Fiends deal 70% increased damage and gain their lesser demon side upgrade for free for 200% longer duration. Which is like kind of nice, but it's only the upgrade to my Rampage demons again, right? Let's take one. How many resources do I have? No, I don't have Herodic Resin that much anymore. It was sad. I was hoping for a better one. I find that slotting the Vortex and the Earthen Bulwark runes. I mean, I have the Earthen Bulwark rune, but I don't have a good trigger for it. I only have Neo. So I don't like that one. But there was a Fortify. Yeah, you have like gain increased Fortify generation, damage reduction while fortified. That one is good. And there's also taking direct damage. No, here. Was it Fortified Strain? No. There was one that works with... There's also one with Fortify I don't have, right? Fortify. There's here the Gore Feast aspect. I haven't gotten this one. If you have eviscerated an enemy, you gain increased Fortify and refills your life. That would be nice. Dreadclaw, what uniques you need? You just play Dreadclaw. You don't need any uniques. Sir, come on now. Just play Dreadclaw. Uniques are overrated for that. Which one is this one? This is Undercity. Okay, what do we have? We got runes. Yeah, you know what? I need runes. Let's see what we're getting. A Necro's pretty sweet, yeah. What should I get my gear once I'm 70? War plans? Yes. I mean, you should never do anything that's not a war plan, sir. I mean, whatever you do, like, right? Whatever activity you go for, you don't do it unless it's a war plan. Do you think I would go for the Undercity just for the shits and giggles? Nah, I'm only here because it's a war plan. Yeah, that fire just instantly killed me. I feel like from full HP to nothing in one hit. Generally speaking, you want to, obviously, like, you need more glyph XP right now. Great. And what you're going to do is, you're going to choose those war plans that have a lot of pits in them. But don't just go into the pit, right? Because that would be a waste. Because you could be getting so much more for doing the pit plus stuff. Right? This is the name of the game in Diablo now. War plan or bust. I mean, since I'm 70, I pretty much have been consistently doing only war plans. I mean, you would think like a Hell Tide is up, you should go and do the Hell Tide. You're not wrong, but wait until you have a Hell Tide from the war plan and then do the Hell Tide. Right? So it makes more sense to do it that way. So you're essentially getting double rewards when you're doing stuff with war plans. And double rewards are always better than single rewards, right? Ja. Ich kann gerade nicht. 5 Minuten. Oder jetzt sofort. Give me a second. I need to save the waifu. But I'm not going to abandon this one here. Because otherwise I have to do it again. Torment 1 still little drops, yeah. I mean, like, really quick go to Torment 2. Okay. Be right back. So, is the loot range of legendaries and unique drop? No, but yes. Once you start rising in Torment tiers, you'll be getting all the uniques you're looking for. And I pretty much entered Torment 1 with complete random aspects. Not a single defensive one. Right? It was really weird. Didn't matter though. We still managed to get where we needed to go. Yeah. Pretty much have to go Torment 2. Then you'll start dropping more shit. Finally.
Such a pity. So much
Pass down.
I could have done.
A skill point, finally. Reach activity level 3. That one should soon be done. Okay, Yux, Qua, Neo, Quay, cool. Not a single rune that I wanted to have. Not a single rune we wanted to have. At one boss key, you'll load Varshan and drop the new Eldruin Sword of Justice. It was decent. I mean, you don't require it, but it's definitely decent. Pock. Spend of your maximum resource. Useless for this build. Sadly. Okay, one more skill point to spend. Finally, I guess. Game's still boring. I mean, if it was boring for you before this patch, then it will be boring for you with this patch as well. Love is us. And no one can tell you what's boring for you or not. Right? How are people going to tell you that? You're going to make some decisions yourself, you know? Game is fun as hell. It is, brother. It is. Torment 8 gamers, ladies and gentlemen. What do we have here? Is that a rogue? We have a rogue. Let me help you, Mr. Rogue. I got this. Don't worry. Now stop struggling, my friend. Let my demons do the smashing for you. Yeah, this is definitely me doing the damage. This is not the rogue. I'm the chosen one, chat. I'm the chosen one. He was like, oh, gasp. Okay, how long until we can go Torment 12? That's a good question. When we essentially gonna get more items.
It is done.
Collection of rings that I don't need. I mean, I need my actual rings in greater affixed. I could try to kill Belial. The problem is that I don't know where the uniques drop, all of them. Right? So for example, I would like to have my ring as a 240 aspect, obviously, the Rampage ring. It'd be quite something to have. Working that. Does someone spontaneously know if the Torment tiers still show the average toughness you should have per Torment tier? Does it still show that? I'm not paying attention because obviously it's just a number. It doesn't necessarily make sense. Thunderberg, is it worth buying the expansion? The story was great. If you only buy this for the story, don't. But the story was great. Definitely don't buy it for that. That'd be a grave mistake. Go on Steam? No, I play on Battle.net. I have the OG version. Rats, demonic rats, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, demonic rats. For a person that doesn't play this game, why do you think I might like this game? I mean, you gotta like ARPGs, sir. There's not much to say about that. If you never played this game, like if you never played an ARPG, I'm not sure if you like ARPGs. They're games that you really have to enjoy for what they are, and they have a specific gameplay loop that is similar in all ARPGs. And they're certainly not something everyone enjoys. So can honestly not tell you if you'll enjoy this. It's a hard question. When I do believe if you're a gamer that doesn't have much gaming time, which is very contradictory. But let's say you're a gamer dad that maybe has 4 hours per week to game, and you like ARPGs, then this game is perfect to play. Such a weird thing to say. You play Baldur's Gate 3. It's the only similar thing I can think of. The only resemblance this has to Baldur's Gate 3 is that both have ARPG in their name. And that's where it stops. But they have RPG in their names. Metamorphosis? Metamorphosis is terrible. Who likes that? I was actually thinking about rocking Metamorphosis for this build, but sadly it doesn't work or function the way how I need it to function to make it worth it. Okay, now we need to go back to the pit. The Warlock does not feel as nice as the Pally did on debut. Depends on what Warlock you play. I mean, if you want to have the feeling like a Pally, you should just go for Dreadclaw Warlock, because that is an absolute no-brainer strong build. But it is also a no-brainer build. So yeah, good. But also turn off your brain and just enjoy, right? That is what you're looking for, then you can do that, right? Rome Styles, thank you for the 99 centuries of support. Rome Style, welcome back. Hope life is doing well for you. There's quite the few buns you got there. Yeah, you ran the Auradin. That's a no-brainer. Exactly, easy. This, you cannot compare this to the Auradin. The Auradin, for example, was like that was, yeah, bullshit. Honestly, the Auradin was bullshit. There is Dreadclaws, which I think does feel similar to the Auradin, but yeah, you won't ever get a build like that again. But that one was really straight up bullshit. Yeah, if you didn't really want to play the game and just walk, Auradin it was. I don't actually like playing computer games. I played Pathway XL2, but the first one was okay. Well, the second one is different. Both are great though, in their own right. Druid feels like an Auradin. Are you playing, what's it called again? Boulder? This is what I will do when I play Druid. I'll make Boulder great again. I mean, I just have this compulsion of having to level with Boulder or with Lightning Storm. One of the two. Sork feels very good. Sork has already reached Torment 12, so Sork is on the stronger side. I really don't know what killed me. Do you still use the same charm set? Yes, that hasn't changed. Sadism is insane. Here, this is my sadism counter. Yeah. We even upgraded it to two-tone. Thank you for your super chat. Poison rabies single target. Poison creepers might clear. Oh, interesting. I didn't expect that to actually work. So call me surprised. Positively surprised. Dolmen Stone. No, Dolmen Stone is not required anymore. Lost. So you can have Boulder rotate around you now with a Boulder variation. So one of the 3 Boulder specialities is just having it rotate around you. Oh my lord. Oh my. This could be prevented if we're playing the Wretch again, but the Wretch gameplay just didn't feel like it. In case you wonder, what did we do different yesterday to avoid these scenarios? We played the Wretch. The Wretch is the creature that you summon for dominance as well, that taunts enemy damage away to prevent like scenarios where we would randomly die. And it definitely works, so it did do exactly that. The problem is just that as much as it does that, it's also sitting like a dead skill to 80% of the time, maybe 90% of the time. There's very few scenarios where we did actually use it. That just feels bad. Especially when there are skills we could activate and permanently have running. mean, it's the old Diablo 2 PvP. I never understood people playing that. I'm saying that with all the love of my heart, my friend. The same kind of people that play Dark Souls PvP and tell me that the netcode yank is making it only better. And it's why it's only fun because, like, you know, it doesn't work correctly. And you're like, okay, but do you even hear yourself talking? Crazy person. You know, listen, Pony, there needs to be the yank. Without the yank, it wouldn't be fun. That makes no sense. But okay. If you want to be crazy, be crazy. There's the boss. Oops, I missed him. Oh, that's nice. That's an interesting boss. Getting like a floaty skeleton. Floaty skeleton dead. Definitely need more crit chance. Okay, we can get this one up. I'm pretty sure we're almost lacking the dust to do this, right? So we're gonna start doing Infernal Hordes because we're lacking the dust to get it done. There's a demon on your back. That is the Fiend of Abaddon. The ultimate skill. We try to not use because it's not that... I mean, there are better things I can use, but better things don't work correctly, so there are no better things I can use. Bit weird. Helmet. Maximum life, willpower, armor, fire resistance. Yabba dabba do, I guess. We can reroll the fire resistance into something that's not fire resistance. Sigil of Summons. Okay. So, one thing I wanted to check is, what does the... It doesn't say anymore, right? Nah, that's so weird. So they added this, like, before the expansion. They added here, like, a recommends this and this much, thingy before entering. Toughness. They took that away for some reason. I mean, what's life even at this point? Almost out of Forgotten Souls. Undying Aspect. Still said that we actually required that, but it is what it is. What you got yesterday? I'm happy you're enjoying it, sir. We're currently working on the second version of the guide, the better version. But we haven't decided on a lot of things today, so we get to see. Especially if we, for example, keep the Blade of Sight of Flame. Or if we just play a two-handed weapon instead, right? It's a good weapon, don't get me wrong, but it's a one-handed weapon. Okay, so we got this one now. What does that mean? That I have that one? That I can turn the boards. Hey, remember when this used to cost money, Chad? Yeah, you heard right. Some weird reason that used to cost money. So why wouldn't it, you know? Which one do I have in there? I got... Put a headhunter in there. Good. Demonic Spicules. Almost enough to activate the last one as well. Interesting. This one needs a bit more willpower. Good. Which one is the last one? So we got Attrition, we got Demonologist, we got Eliminator, we got currently Headhunter, and we wanted to use Blood Frenzy. We got Attrition, we got Blood Frenzy, we got Headhunter, and we're missing Eliminator. Thank you. Gotta update that in the planner. What I need is like take something like this, right? So instead of like pushing my agenda of getting the next glyph activated, I should probably just do this to just get more maximum life. As you can see, it makes a big difference to juice this up higher now. But as always, I don't want to. Is the Dreadclaw considered S tier? Yes, the Dreadclaw is certainly considered S tier. Masterworking materials, yes please. What do I have to do to get ancestral uniques? Higher Torment tier. Once you get higher Torment tier, you start getting Ancestrals. Keep in mind that Ancestrals are not greater affix items, okay? Greater affixes can or cannot be on Ancestrals. That means you might actually see an Ancestral, but not notice that it is an Ancestral. For this, I highly recommend recoloring Ancestrals in your loot filter. That's what I do. My Ancestrals are always red. Makes it vastly easier for me to notice if there is not an ancestral there. Just something to keep in mind, okay? Can recolor shit, and you should recolor shit. Certainly gonna make your life a lot easier. Warlock is, honestly, it's a great class when it comes down to just build expression, right? So, let's say you're playing Barbarian right now. It's pretty a one-way street, honestly. I mean, Necromancer is also like, let's say a three-way street right now. So a lot of the existing classes are kind of like down the same lane as before with a bit of variety, right? Whereas Warlock can quite go in some different directions. I mean, this morning, like, what is the first thing I do after waking up? I obviously went on YouTube to just see what some of my fellow colleagues have been cooking up. Just to see if there's, like, more interesting Warlock builds. I mean, I didn't see a single other person trying what I do here. That kind of had me happy. Because that means I'm a stubborn fool. And I like to be the stubborn fool, right? So I saw some Hell Fracture. I saw some Dread Blazing. I mean, I obviously saw like 24 videos about Dread Claws already. This is Dread Claws. This is Dread Claws. This is Dread Claws. I mean, it might turn out that this is not going to end up in Torment 12. Who knows? But I think we are able to do that. So I'm not too worried about this. I mean, obviously I need more Paragon points to just push higher. Right? Need to also check if we might be forced to play the Dread Grind. Maybe if we should just say goodbye to Eviscerate stacking and just try to do more bombardment juicing. But again, I feel like that would be the mistake. You have no power to go higher than tier 4. If you have no power to go higher than tier 4, then you should do a little bit of pit pushing. Pit is usually your answer. More Paragon points is usually your answer. You're going to open up your seasonal rank and try to do some of the seasonal rank stuff that you haven't done yet. Right? I mean, power expression is so many things. I hope you socketed jewels, for example. 2 jewels is another 40% bonus damage. There is so much power on the road that you might simply be missing out on because you hadn't thought about it again, which is okay. Happens to the best of us. I mean, also you gotta definitely hit every single Paragon node, every legendary node. I mean, with 100 Paragon points, I could pretty much hit every single legendary node on the Necro, on the Warlock, which was actually kind of cool because usually you require more Paragon points to do that. That turned out pretty nifty. I mean, now we're sitting at how much? 137. I should probably do an Infernal Horde, but I haven't actually thought about doing an Infernal Horde yet. So I'm probably missing out on a lot of easy experience. Maybe I do a Torment 7 Infernal Horde in a bit. Because Torment 8, I'm probably just going to die to unfortunate circumstances. Is the world playing? Beyond good. We're currently juicing up our defenses a bit. So that's at least what we're trying to do. I'm a bit more defensy. Bombardment? The problem is you can't just only juice bombardment. Okay, I get a lot of Infernal Horde compasses, chat. Should we try to find an Infernal Horde in our Flashwick Carapace? I'm not sure if I want to play this because that would also increase the damage of my shit again, but I feel like it's a mistake to do that. Helix, thank you for the Prime Gaming subscription. Helix, good to see you there. Okay, we need an Infernal Horde. This is a grand amount of salvage. And this one would be a good one with a grand amount of salvage, but I wanted one with an Infernal Horde, right? Center City. Slay and Dariel. Huh, interesting. I just want one that starts with an Infernal Horde. Is that so much to ask for? Never lucky. Large amount of gems is actually really good. Curious Undercity, then the Infernal Horde. Then large amount of golden obols, and then a Curious Undercity. Okay. Then we'll do that one. Sorry. Let me be stubborn, chat. Let me be stubborn. Let's get Air of Petition. I'm not jealous. I hope you die. What? Who said that? I would like to have an Air of Petition too. Helix, thank you for the Prime subscription. Helix, very good to see you there. How long did it take to kill the Arbiter in Soul Sapphire? 20 hours. Usually takes 20 to 30 hours for the Arbiter. Most of the time. Let me check. We by now have an update where the Necro Uniques drop. No. Do we have an update? I don't think it should get updated to the Warlock already. Right? The Maxwell upgraded already? Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, I don't remember where I got the seed from. I think the Lord pack was from Varshan, if I'm not completely mistaken.
Mainlander, what do you seek?
Fiend of Abaddon is not doing a lot, but waste of an ulti. There's no better one. The problem is not that Fiend of Abaddon is a bit of waste of an ulti. There is no better one. There is no better option. There is nothing else I can otherwise do, Zane. The reason we have Fiend of Abaddon is because it's 20% more damage to our Lesser Demon skill. So I can throw more of them out. However, the problem with Terror Storm is that it deactivates automatically after a weird, like, timing sometimes. So that's terrible. So imagine just using an ulti that just deactivates. No one likes that.
It is done.
200 weapons, 100 weapons. What's the next level? Okay, we got a pit to do, right? Varshan drops the sword. The sword dropped from Urvar, which means Varshan can also drop the sword. Yes. It's usually everything Urvar can drop, Varshan can drop too. Right now, we're pretty much just playing the Fiend of Abaddon because it's there. So we're not only streaming vertical, there's also horizontal stream. I need more crit chance, that's for sure. So I guess crit chance on gloves and crit chance on other stuff is a must. Worth buying the new expansion, yeah. Come on, man.
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
Hello, Cutthroat Survivor. Goodbye, Cutthroat Survivor. Just need more dominance. More dominance. Abyss Rampage is broken. Yeah, we have noticed that Rampage in Abyss form is quite strong. But I really want to do the Eviscerate version. And we can do one pit with the Abyss version without changing much, though, if you want to see. just to show you. I think it's a complete different build. It doesn't actually require the use of the lesser demon sending, right? Wrap this up, and then we'll do the same pit here, just with the abyss. And then we probably have to change our legion shard over to something else. Oh no, I get touched. And touching means death, Chad. One thing that Lord of Hatred didn't give us, a death screen. Knowing, hello, what did actually kill me there? I don't know. Why would you know what killed you? That's ridiculous, Chan. Gotta guess what killed you. This audio? What do you mean with what is this audio? This is how Diablo sounds. We're throwing demons, sir. You take these demons here and you're eating them out and they do demon stuff. And that creates splash, splash, splash noises. Okay, let's finish this and then we'll show you the Abyss Rhine. Been up for almost 2 days now though. Ah, sir, you gotta take a break. And I played for the first 14 hours of the release. Then we made a video. Then we slept. Woke up, made another video, and here we are back again. I mean, I literally watched some streamers who are like absolutely overdoing it and they're just staring like zombies in their camera. I mean, admirable that you're putting in the hours, but it's like zero entertainment value. I'm sorry. Watching someone basically die. We're gonna find the build. We have a YouTube video on this build, sir. You can find it there. Exclamation MOBA should also take you to the profile where all my builds are. Hey, lady. Oh, you can teleport out of this, huh? Oh, she's the first boss who's actually putting up something like a fight. That's kind of cute. Because all the other bosses, they just keel over and die, right? She's the first one that actually put up like a combat. Ladies and gentlemen, she was fighting back. Okay, so what's this build called? This is Rampage Warlock. What we can do is we can swap our Rampage skill over to the Abyssal Titan, okay? If you do that, we would require to probably change our Soul Shard also to the Mastermind Soul Shard, and then summoning a non-Soul Shard Abyss, Greater Demon, all dominance. That's funny. That would be a lot of damage, actually. but I think it's like the one in the middle. So what happens is this one here. Lurid Pact should be Varshan. So I'm pretty sure we get it yesterday there. So what happens now with this version of the build, you do this. So you summon the demon and then you summon him again and see he just slams down. It's a bit of a different play style. A more active play style. The thing I like about the build is the actual damage it deals, right? Because you just can clear out Rebel easier. But it kind of loses the whole Eviscerate fantasy, which makes me sad. But you can play this a bit quicker now, right? I feel like elites, though, die slower. Not sure. Like this is obviously, this works good, right? Forget how to get more Paragon tablets. You got to go to the end of the Paragon board. It might be worth investigating how we could improve this one here even further, right? Because we're definitely faster through things. Bum ba ba bum, big fat demon. Now I don't have the dominance to summon this. Like especially this one here, I feel like we're losing out on damage, and I'm just wondering how could we, like if this is our only skill we're essentially using, but what do we do in between? Right, I feel like they're gonna be a step in between, you know? Lurid Pact should be from Varshan. We can test this. I use Rampage Bomb with Meta Abyss. I don't even know what that means, sir. I probably want to use this together with skills that you just have to activate once. Right now, I was out of dominance, so I couldn't summon him anymore. It's kind of like the problem. So we're what, like, we're 2 minutes faster with this spec than with the other spec. And we're not even using anything for this, pretty much. Which charm set do you have? 7? I mean, currently we're using the Demon Take Damage charm set, but that actually doesn't work for this build. So Sadism wouldn't work. Why would Sadism not work? Because your demon doesn't take damage, right? That's noticeable. Unless I would go for, yeah, this is the sadism, right? So I need to essentially kill my demons to make this work. Okay. Also, my summoning circle wouldn't work. Yeah, but bosses are slower with this version right now. Interesting. So overall clearing, like overall going through the dungeon is actually faster, but bosses are slower. Illuminator. Out of here. Sammy, thank you for the Prime subscription. Sammy, good to see you there, partner. Does it say it isn't pronounced? Layer keys don't exist? I got 6. So what you can do is, in case you didn't know, you can go here. It says amalgamation. And with amalgamation, you can turn boss mats into uniques. Shot of Horatio. Nightmare. Agrims. And then you can take this one. Here, Seed of Horizon. Seed of Horizon. Seed of Horizon. Seed of Horizon. Flash Red. Cabraxis. There's even a max rolled Seed of Horizon, by the way. Shadow resistance, movement speed, attack speed. Fuck. Well, at least that has attack speed, I guess. This one has an all damage multiplier. The max rolled one. I want the max rolled one, chat.
That's it for that piece.
Okay, so 7. What set did you say you have? Let's see if we have something. And I kept most of my set items, but I didn't check. So for... what do we have? For Abyss skills, we got enemies within Shadow Form areas are dominated for up to 7 seconds. Oh, we got Shadow Form reduces damage taken by and leaves Sigil of Subversion, trails behind. And your Abyss skills damage is increased by 350% while you have Shadow Form. But each cast consumes 1 stack. Dominated enemies take an additional... what the fuck? Huh. I mean, my demon did already do 500 million damage, right? So if I can now do 450% more damage... can that work? What do you think about Dracula's Warlock? Boring. Boring. Or just like checking, what do we have Abyss-wise? So we have also your Abyss skills deal increased damage for each stack of Shadow Form. This bonus increased by 100% while you have Stealth. But what I'm asking myself is, how do you maintain Shadow Form? I know that Nether Step gives you Shadow Form, right? We could try it out. So what we need Fair. We got Linta. We got Mlor. Let's see him. Fair, Linta, Mlor, Beru, Phoba, and what was the last one? No, we got Phoba, Beru, Fair, Mlor, and Linta. Linta. For those. And we need a seal that has the, what's it called? Shadow of Harash. 9%. Shadow of Harash. The problem is that would reduce my damage here tremendously because we're currently like, the problem is you would be losing like a lot of skill ranks right now because we're losing all our demonology skills. How do we maintain shadow form? You get shadow form stacks, right? Grants unhindered and a movement grants stealth but consumes stacks. Can hold up to 6 stacks. So how do you get more shadow form? And also, what kind of, like, you wouldn't go for the lesser demons then. You would have to go for something else. Never had 4 past 4 shadow form stacks. Yeah, I'm trying to think about what would make sense, what wouldn't make sense. I mean, for this, we would have to go back to this one. That's for sure. Or for that. Can you just do Terror Demon? Honestly? Make it a Shadow 4 skill? Okay.
No other people I'd rather break bread with.
Let's just see the difference, right? So I turn into a demon. Oh, 1 billion damage, huh? Yeah, I kind of saw that coming. This is essentially the weaker version of the build because we're right. The biggest problem I have right now is like I have this, right, but I have no other skill I can use somehow. It makes me sad. There's just this one. Yeah, I don't like this specialization on the one. It just annoys me. Okay, demon form kind of lasts like as long as the cooldown, right? Like this getting immune and then resurfacing is really stupid. Dreadclaws? No, we don't want to play Dreadclaws, sir. Thank you. We're a big fat Rampage demon right now. It saddens me that we're losing the Eviscerate. It's really funny to like just smash this down. The only thing I dislike is this odd disconnect between pressing this button because it has a 1 second cooldown. Okay, so this Abyss recast has a 1 second cooldown. So you can't just like I can spam this, but I cannot spam this. So between the cast, there would be enough time to weave another skill. Optimally, something that would make the Rampage stronger. Maybe Abyssal Chains? We need this demon form to last longer, optimally. How can the big sword man follow you? You just have to turn him into the fire skill. So, there's a hellfire skill variant of him. Okay, so the maximum damage we're right now dealing in demon form, right? And we're maintaining, like, in demon form, we're maintaining our shadow stacks, right? So we get like 5 shadow stacks, but we can't get the stacks full. But 5 shadow stacks would be at least good damage boost still. So it somehow need a way to get more shadow form stacks. Okay, let's think a bit what we can do with this. I mean, we've been having like a lot of fun with the other variant, so that one I've also saved. Is there a different Paragon board that would boost this further? The 450% bonus damage is kind of illegal with the demon form. Okay, let's see the boss fight now. Demon form just ran out. No, demon form just ran out. No damage, Chad. Great phase, no space. Demon form back. Ah. I mean, so far the Eviscerate variant was better for boss fighting. But, like, I just kill the enemies faster. I don't have enough sapphires to upgrade this, and I don't wonder why that is. It's just stupid. Okay. Yeah, Sigil of Subversion plus Nether Form plus Demon Stacks. I mean, we have, we're gonna put this off, right? Nether Step brings all your Abyss summons with you through the shadows and extends the duration by 3 seconds. Like, technically, it should improve the duration of the Rampage. Right? We have the movement speed spread. We have the additional charge, so that one works. We could turn the Dark Prison into a shadow skill. Doesn't do anything, right? The shadow skill here doesn't do anything. I guess we could do Abyssal Chains. Right? But I would have to cast it in between at my demon. Right? I mean, it's a chain between me and a greater demon summon for up to 30 seconds, so that would kind of work, I guess. Use Profane Sentinel for boss fights. I don't like Profane Sentinel. But I know that Profane Sentinel does do a lot of damage, right? Does Profane Sentinel give us doesn't, right? With the sigil, create sigil subversion. Killing 8 enemies or demons within fuels the ritual to send forth shadow trails and periodic grounds you 1 stack. So instead of the sigil of summoning, we would have to do the sigil of, unless I turn this into the succubi, but that wouldn't work. Say sigil of subversion. Can you do blood ritual with a sigil of subversion? Longer and extend away from your near ends. While you're within a trail, you lose no stacks Oh, interesting. So that, kinda? Not? So you get shadow duration. You can use Infernal Breath. Yeah, I kind of would like to use an ability that I only have to click once in between. But Infernal Breath would cost... well, Infernal Breath would cost Dominance, and I don't want that. Execute text enemies. Recast to aim blast. You know? Breath doesn't feel like it. I mean, I'd rather go for Profane Sentinel, I guess. Right? If I would have to make a choice here, it would probably be Profane Sentinel. I mean, I technically like the idea of going for Umbral Chains to link things together. So we obviously need the Demon form. We need the Teleportate with the Subversion. The Dark Prison does work as well. We gotta decide if it's now Profane Sentinel or Umbral Chains. I mean, the Umbral Chains don't seem terrible because you would have them, like, bound to you and a Greater Demon. The thing is, you always want to keep your cost there, but then again, with Metamorphosis, we... My build, I just use Rampage spam. Yeah, Gabriel, but even if you just use Rampage spam, you still have the opportunity to do more. That's my whole point about this, you know? Like, you have the time to do more. Okay, the longer enemy, the stronger it becomes. Deals increased damage once only hits a single target, and yeah, see, like, so you would just use this against bosses. I can see that. Put Rampage here. Try another one. You don't need a basic. No, that's the point. You don't need a basic mob. This doesn't use Wrath. This build. To do this, you do this. You can put a Sentinel out. You can Sigil. You know what? The cast on the longer distance is probably useful in the shadow form. Oh, we finally died.
I was just getting to like you.
You mean the basic skill for the demon form basic skill? Thing is, you don't need like dominance unless we would go for the super nuke, but we say that we would use up dominance for more damage. Like if we wanted to go for the super duper nuke. So there is the... Use Doom for spreading hacks vulnerable. You technically don't need that because we just create the wolves. So we're using the wolves here. They do vulnerable and freeze. And my big thingy just hexes everyone automatically. Damage is really interesting. Yeah, thank you, Seven, for encouraging me to try more around with this. I mean, obviously, we're always open to try out new things. The fun part is that this is like without optimal charms right now, right? So our set charms are terrible that we're using for this. Like, we don't have a single one that gives us bonus skill ranks right now. Thing is, I would only play this here if I had the if I had the set already, right? So I pretty much would play my old version until I have the 4 set charms. But then if you have the charms for this, I kind of like this. Because right now it's not, like, it's better at clearing again, right? But it's not better at bossing. Bossing wise, the other one works better. But I gotta try out the Profane Sentinel, how that one feels now. Right? If that might make the feeling better. So here, Profane Sentinel out now. Oh, demon form. And damage is so far just lower for bosses. A focus with 2 greater affixes. Thing is, we can get rid of our weapon. So we're currently using our weapon, but our weapon is actually useless for this. So keep that in mind. Chad? What size increases the item? This is the ring, the Lurid Pact. You need this. So I currently play Infernal Homunculus. Your Archfiend deals increased damage and gains lesser demon side upgrades. That's nice. But we don't need the Blade of Sight of Flame right now, right? The blade is actually useless for this. So we could go for a different... like, we could just go for a weapon. Right? Any weapon. There's a Profane Sentinel ring. Interesting. Hex dooms enemies below, maintaining the hex and dealing 50% of doom's damage. No, that's not really what we need. The grandfather? I don't have the grandfather just lying around, thank you. Also, builds have to work without mythic skills, okay. Do we play this one here? Your evade is now Nether Step and your evade cooldown is reduced. Is there any unique that works together with demon form? Chad? Is there a single unique? Healing Sting? Yeah, that's for demon form. That has Healing Sting, deals increased damage and comes automatically out, but that's useless. So what you were saying is, what if we use, instead of the Profane Sentinel, we get this... Where is it, that demon form? Where... And we could also do Lelouch, right? Lelouch seeks enemies and applies vulnerable. I was thinking about as well doing this one. So right now, currently we're using the Blasphemous Fragment for 20% more damage. But you could technically also summoning a non-soul shard Abyss Greater Demon consumes all dominance, increasing its damage by 1.5 per dominance consumed. So technically, if I consume this with full dominance, is also nice. Now I play with mouse and keyboard. Okay, what do we what do we have here? Hex increases your critical strike chance against enemies by... That's pretty nice, considering that I could just crit better, right? Aspect of Fathomless, your Abyss skills deal damage off your Shadow Resistance damage reduction. Each hit against elites deals increased damage, but requires to consume 4 stacks overpower. No stacks are consumed if the enemy is hexed. Okay. Hexed enemies, they try to attack you, have a chance to instead be knocked down. Hexed enemies are slowed, vulnerable. So I do like the Calamity. But nothing too crazy. Shadow. That was... Maximum Shadow Form stacks increased by 5. The thoughts about the new expansion. I'm having a lot of fun with the new expansion. Trying out a lot of cool things. Having a great grand time. So we get also, that was damage here. This is each demon you summon in the last 6 seconds increases your damage. So this one is actually, Fathomless is terrible now. While in demon form, your demonology skills damage is increased by 3% for every point of dominance you currently have. I mean, that would be a 90% damage increase. Pyrosis is Hellfire skills. Abyss skills deal increased damage to crowd-controlled enemies and 65 increased damage to leads. I don't spend enough dominance. No, I do spend enough dominance. Oh my goodness. Give me a moment. Family needs... We're currently just messing around with this Abyss form build of this one. So I haven't decided if I like this more than the other. When I accidentally click my, what's it called again? I accidentally click my... Like this, we wouldn't be hexing enemies though, right? The hex is definitely better in this regard. Tony ran out of dominance again because he used his sentinel. Right. Have a hell type perk tree, sir. They don't even have a hell type perk tree. They have a perk tree for everything. That's the main reason for war plans. Okay, we're doing billions of damage with this when it like properly hits. It's definitely a nice game. My problem right now is demon form. I tend to like randomly lose it. Or I'm just not paying enough attention. But demon form lasts for 15 seconds, right? Right? What's your least favorite activity in War Plans? Currently Infernal Hordes, because I just can't be bothered to take so long with an activity, right? But Infernal Hordes is obviously fantastic for XP, so you should always do Infernal Hordes. Okay, chat, how do we make it so that Demon Form is always active? The problem is that the cooldown doesn't start. I mean, wait. If Demon Form is a... Like, are there other skills that put you into Demon Form? Then Demon Form? I know Rampage does. If you play the right Rampage version, which we can't, obviously. Your Demon Form lasts. I mean, yeah, my Demon Form is up right now, but I just ran out of Demon Form at some point. So, like, right, I'm out of Demon Form. Now I'm going back into it. Maybe I should read the skill another time to make sure I understood everything correctly, huh? See, now it ran out again. And we're back. We're gonna be in Demon Form for maximum damage. My favorite part about this whole build right now is just the size increase of the dude back. What damage does this build use? Is it physical? I don't actually know if the Abyss dude is physical damage. I gotta double check that. Might be that he's actually Shadow. And when we just started doing this, so in case you wonder, we did play the physical version of this with Eviscerate until just a second ago. But I'm currently trying out something new, because I wanted to see if the something new has some merit to it. The answer, it does have some merit to it. At the same time, it doesn't have some merit to it. So it works, but I'm missing something. I mean, what definitely works is it's easier to play in terms of, like, you just have less buttons to pressy, right? The charm set, Awakening Touch. No, Wilbur, I haven't seen it. Could you summarize what it does for me?
No harm will shelter you. He will brook no flaw in our...
As long as we've ever taken for her. Ladies and gentlemen.
I forgive you, child.
Temerity is amazing for many things. But I can definitely see the potential that this has, what we're doing here right now, right? Reason, if you check the Legion build and you're asking yourself how to put the sigil in the bar, you probably didn't listen to the video, right? Because the video actually explains that perfectly how it works. Just saying. I wonder if I'm missing a Abyss unique for this. I mean, we could definitely put more aspects in now. Okay, the Rampage does turn into a shadow damage skill. So if I wanted to use Rampage, I'd have to use these two for 44% damage multiplier. Do I have a one-handed... I don't think I have a one-handed ancestral weapon, right? Because why would I have a one-handed ancestral weapon? You know what? Let me just swiftly gamble. Here, that's an ancestral dagger. Shadow damage multiplier.
You know where to find me.
Another affix. Expensive one. Critical strike damage multiplier, why not? Then we got... We have like here, your base skills deal shadow resistance. I don't have a lot of shadow resistance, so we got what demon? Malicious was violent demon form. You deal increased damage to for every demon or enemy close to you. Oh, we don't have a lot of demons. So technically, demonic aspect is good. We tried out the dominance, but we're gonna do this. We gotta refund that one here for a second because I feel like attrition. No, demonologist. This demonologist was just for demonology skills. Just works like that, right? Simple as cake. Then, so we were using Fathomless. Each demon you summon in the last 6 seconds increases your damage by 15 up to 105. But we don't actually summon demons, so Fathomless doesn't make sense. Dominion still works. Spending Dominance to summon a demon reduces Wrath cost, and that's 80% more damage. So that just simply works, right? You get Chaos, would be your cold. You have 90% increased damage for 15 seconds after casting a sigil skill, so that one would work as well. Greater Hacks is obviously simple too, because it's just like having the enemies hit. Overmind is Abyss skills deal increased damage to card-controlled enemies and 65 increased damage to elites. Is that adding up? Chad? If an enemy is crowd-controlled and thingy, does it do double? So Fathomless definitely doesn't work. So we're gonna start with Dominion here still. Moonstoker, thank you for the 420 donation. Moonstoker, if there was a message attached to that, it didn't show. So feel free to yell at us. Welcome back. Also, Isis, good to see you there. Semi, thank you for the Prime sub. Okay, 90% damage if I used a sigil skill recently. That one is a bit too simple to not use, right? Just use a sigil skill, be good about it. Eliminator. Then what other one would you say? Applying Hex or Vulnerable. That one is simple as well. I'm gonna go over this side. There's a resistance and hex damage bonus. Rampage build may be meta, but it looks so boring to play. I mean, I've heard now everything from the hex build looks boring to play to the Dreadclaw build looks boring to play. So, I mean, at this point, you know, I'm not sure why people are even playing if everything looks boring to play. Don't get me wrong. But I've truly heard it all. So it seems like everything is boring to play. Do we have, like, we have, deal damage increase while in shadow form. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Like, the more damage isn't that mattering for what we do. We get the Headhunter right now. I would just need one more skill activated, right? Some plus cake. Okay, that's activated. Okay, so with these changes, what did I need to do? I need to go into an Infernal Horde. Now we can't do that right now. We need to do another pit. Ness, how's the family doing? Very well. Second kid in school this year, or very soon. So life's good, to be honest. Okay, we just did like a higher billion than ever before, Chad. Yep, that's 2 billion damage just with fixed Paragon boards. Right? The only thing we have to improve now is permanently being in demon form, and then we're good. The only problem you can have with this build is the scaling, because there's only that much you can slam this demon down, if that makes sense. Right? So there's only that much slamming I can do. Where, for example, I can spam a core skill. I can only spam this quick. Right, again, there's 1 second cooldown between recast skills. Right, topic speed, definitely faster now than the build before. Right, this is like unquestionable faster. Also safer, surprisingly. Really need to understand if the Abyssal Amulet would be better or Horizon, because the thing about Horizon is that it gives us Horizon gives us also damage reduction, so we're just safer. Would you level the next char with a campaign again? No. The next char is straight up open world, sir. I mean, if it's actually possible to do war plans with the next char from level 1 on, then that's that. Straight up war plan. Yeah, that was just like the fastest we've done this one so far. 2 billion hit. 2 billion hit. Okay, so upgrading Paragon boards definitely does help. But now could get set charms, right? That would be fantastic. So right now these are 3 ranks, correct? Because we have like these, we have these charms here. But none of these is like, none of these is good. They're all terrible because they give them occult skills, hellfire skills, all stats occult skills. So all of them is are bad. That means I need to like take the Lore of Shadows here, for example. And I really have like hellfire, movement speed, occult, demonology. Finally one at least. And Beru with abyss skills. Fuck yeah, let's go. Do. At least someone has it. Because the damage is like, the difference is here. You can see this is a recasting is 500,000 damage, right? 500,000. If we now go for these two that I just picked up. So this is here abyss skills plus, and this is demonology skills plus. So up. So that's 4 more ranks. And suddenly we're sitting at 663,000. So it's almost 200,000 more, right? Actually, it's 200,000 more. So we gotta go here. Now into this. And re-roll set charms, for example. But I don't have like much of the material anymore. And I would have to like re-roll set charms to get the ones I'm looking for. What if I go to a Torment 8 Lair boss currently? Would that work? Say I would like to nuke Grigoire the Galvanic Saint. Is there written out of this build? Not for this one, because it's new. There's a version of the build we did before this. This one is here, the updated version, or a different version of the same build that we're currently trying. Kirby's and Last Raid is going crazy too. Sadly, I don't enjoy any of these playstyles. Makes me very unhappy. I mean, yeah, we can do the damage to kill him, but actually it would be faster to do the other build. So right now this is boss fighting wise weaker, at least the way we're playing it. I'm still not sure about the Profane Sentinel if I like it. Ow, sorry. Wasn't meant to get hit like that. Billions of damage. I don't even see my Profane Sentinels up because the dude is just slamming so much. I like the new changes. Oh yeah, new changes are fantastic. They're right up my alley with what I like to do. This Will Breaker, this for Apocalypse. New set charm for Abaddons. While in demon form, you quickly gain Infernal Hunger stacks, each increasing the damage you take by 0.5. Killing enemies or hitting bosses converts Infernal Hunger stacks into demonic strength, each granting 2% increased damage for 20 seconds. Demon form increases your maximum life by 10, each stack of demonic strength granting the maximum life. And then lastly, demonic strength bonuses are increased by 150 and now persist after you leave demon form. Casting core or basic hellfire skills outside demon form consumes 1 demonic strength to cast them again at a random enemy. That's kind of cool. So let me read this again. So Transform into a demon and gain demon form. Yeah, all Arctream demon form skill varieties. Metamorphosis becomes an abyss skill that does not replace any skills and lasts for 17.4 seconds. Metamorphosis grants 4 shadow form stacks every second, and abyss skills do not break its stealth while active. Metamorphosis increases your demonology damage. What I wonder is, if we get 4 stacks per second and we're not using up these stacks, right? Would then playing the amulet with the aspect for more stacks be better? Chad? Right? And we can hold 6 stacks, right? 6 stacks it is. But if I go here...
Time to go, it seems.
There are no equipment sets. No, equipment sets don't exist. Shadow Farage would be cooldown for abyss skills, but that doesn't make sense. I really have only Fulcrum of Mephis, huh? There are 3 ranks to abyss skills and 15x damage. Damn! Damn! I'm not yet happy. Right? I'm not yet happy. I can at least take a different one on my chest piece. So buy... What do we have? Bronze damage reduction plus damage, take fire damage. No. None of this is nothing intriguing that we want to take. And here, maximum shadow form stacks. Let's just do that for a second. Here, pit 65. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. We didn't get as far today as I wanted to get. But we also just had to try out something different, so it's what it is, right? That's 3 billion damage. I feel like we're just missing something for more damage. Because again, I can... Like, I feel like our health skill here, for example, is doing nothing for us. The prison. So we're now at more shadow stacks, by the way. That means if I play the shadow stack amulet... Does anyone know where the shadow stack amulet drops? We have 9 shadow stacks in demon form, right? And as long as we're stealth, it would be double that bonus. So it would be 18% per stack. And we get quite some stacks here. So that's actually plenty effing nifty, I'd say. Might be better. I mean, worse damage reduction wise. I have 115 Wrath, yeah. And the tempo is like pretty nice for clear right now. Wish there was a way to like have these recast skills happen like multiple times in the same thingy. You know, when you press the recast, that there was like a recasting. That might just be simply OP. This is like the inconsistent damage I'm talking about. Sometimes it's just like crazy, and sometimes like I'm waiting like a year until I can finally slam down properly. And all the damage I'm looking for. How the fuck did you get your stacks so high? I have an aspect that gives me more stacks. Then we're using demon form, and demon form turns me into a shadow demon. That increases my demonology damage per maximum life I have. So the more maximum life I have, the more damage I actually deal, which is kind of funny if you think about it. We're pretty much activating our thingy with blood sacrifice, so we instantly get like everything out of this. And we put down the laser beam dude again that I feel like doesn't do any damage. Oh, this time the damage was nice, Chad. That was really nice damage there. We just absolutely ate her. Damn. I mean, currently we have demonology skills, hits from Arcfiend skills increase damage enemies take, so that's a bit of a problem because hits from Arcfiend skills we're not doing, like, you know, we gotta spam that a little bit to actually get the most out of it. Why don't I make these legendary? I can't because I don't have the fragments, right? Demon form increases your demonology skills. I guess I can do this one now. I can finally play like goddamn Arcfiend. Okay, we would be ready for Torment 9 now, but what I'm asking myself is, chat, does anyone know where this amulet drops? The Night Terror. Because if we're getting now... How many stacks do we have? If we get 9 stacks. Okay. So we get 9 stacks times 9. That would be 9 stacks times 9. Would be 81 damage. But it's the double bonus. Bonus increase 100% while you have stealth. So, but in demon form, it says that Abyss skills do not break its stealth while active. Right? So, can I just do more damage like that? Crazy more damage. Or not? I'm still not happy with a Profane Sentinel. It's 800,000 damage. Would something like Infernal Breath be better? Becomes an Abyss recast skill and summons a large dude. Would that be maybe better? I mean, if I just use it for enemies, right? Just for bosses. Andariel? No. The amulet can't be from Andariel because then I wouldn't have it. Lord Zur? No, let's just give me the seed. Maybe distilled... Technology. Nah, like, so it definitely can't be from a Dariel because I would know that. I mean, even in its 3%, even in its 6% variety, it should be better than Horizon actually. Let's check that. Okay. Torment 9, let's go. Beast of Ice and Butcher. Are you sure, Phoenix, on the Beast of Ice? You could try some there. There was a 6 billion hit. Chat. New high score. And the real damage is really only when we're in demon form. That's when it just slaps. There's another 6 billion hit.
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
I'm definitely ready for Torment 9, I'd say. I think Barb is better than Warlock. I mean, I heard Barb is extremely strong, but I genuinely don't care who's better than who. I mean, this is a new expansion. We get new builds for everything. I'm not here to play the strongest build. I'm here to bring every single class to Torment 12 and have a great fun while doing so. I mean, just today we went over from an Eviscerate build to this here. Even though the Eviscerate build, I miss it. Because it was definitely better bossing still. It just felt better bossing. That makes me miss it. But this one just feels better clearing because you just do more boom.
That'll come up like any other.
It's a brilliant clear. Yeah, I literally need like a nuke for elites. Right? See, like I can obviously put down the eye for an elite, I guess. That should probably be my plan, right? Use the demon for everything, but the we're just pumping him everything, and then when any elite comes, I'll put just the eye out. Have him laser the thing as well. I'm still thinking about like the abyssal chains to put that between me and my demon. That should be a thing. I mean, there will always be classes that are stronger than others. There'll always be shit that's broken. I mean, if that's how you're looking at ARPGs, you'll never be happy. Simple as that, right? The grass is always going to be greener on one side. How long did it take you to 70? Well, we just played normally through the campaign, so as long as the campaign took, plus then the other activities. No, it's decent. Okay, I'm fine with the damage, chat. I'm fine with the damage here right now. It's like, it's a bit boring to use this against bosses again because the other build just feels so much better. Interesting. So Torment 9 unlocked, ladies and gentlemen. Just right now, just like that. What's your first thought on the new update? 10 out of 10. What was in 1 minute? Ah, yeah. Chat told me word bosses are now worth to do because they don't take frigging ages anymore. So let's go. Okay, what do you say, chat? For the people that have watched today, do we prefer the old version with the Eviscerate because it looks cooler and flashier? Or do we like the new version with the Abyss because it just does more damage? I mean, we pretty much went from like 100 million spam into billion spam, but it is less billions than the 100 million spam. Have you beat Lilith? I haven't been yet, Frame. I haven't bothered. Okay, well, in Shadow Form, risk skills deals 30 and you gain increased movement speed, right? Recast skills no longer break Shadow Form. Okay, so if recast skills no longer break Shadow Form and this no longer breaks Shadow Form, then I am essentially consistently in Shadow Form, right? As long as I'm in Demon Form. Demon Form lasts for 15 seconds. I was today's years old when I figured out that the duration of the eye is actually visible on the eye. Ladies and gentlemen. So you have here like the duration of the eye, and you just literally have to wait. I completely forgot that it's actually visible. Then it's the same for Demon Form. Okay, we gotta reduce the cooldown of Demon Form so it's kind of always up. Because Metamorphosis increases your Demonology skill damage by 1% for each 1,000 bonus maximum life you have. Doesn't hurt, right? But do we want to reduce the dominance cost here, or do we want makes you unstoppable? But I don't need that. Asmodin spoiled. Nothing too fancy. I like the build from the last video personally. Yeah, me too. I liked it too, but I'm just trying, like, you know, I gotta be reasonable about the damage estimates. I think I could push the other one to also 1 billion damage, but it would take quite some improvements to get there. Upgrade this random blade. I'm still not sure about this one, by the way, the Infernal Homunculus. I mean, it's 70% more damage to my Arcfiend skills, just like that, so it doesn't hurt. This one has a chance to knock down enemies, right? Yeah, we need to replace this one for a different one. What do we have here? Yeah, of your shadow resistance. But I don't have a lot of shadow resistance, so... Skill choice, you change your hardcore players. I don't play hardcore, so I can't really give you an estimate for this. Okay, we made it to Torment 9, chat. I hope you're very happy with this. But I kind of want to do Torment 10 at least. I mean, what I really enjoy is the size of this motherfucker, right? So you just kill something, and then it just goes. Do you want to try out the Abyssal chain chat on top? If that does anything. I'm not sure about it, but I mean, I am carrying this badass, fat-ass demon with me, so I guess I might as well chain him to me. If I made it yet to 70, you'll be there soon, brother. I wish I could extend like the duration of demon form. Instant reset the cooldown. And again, I guess I just gotta see Demon Form as a damage booster, and that's it. We could also let Demon Form go and go for Terror Storm, but I kind of like the Demon Form. Main reason I like the Demon Form is because we just finally found... Oh, 7 billion shot, that's new. Finally found a good reason to use it. Because I've been asking myself, how do you use Demon Form? How do we make this function, you know? Well, finally we have. Made the mace using 15 to all ultimate skills. That one is really cool. Oh shit, I just killed myself. Using this one here. I'm gonna be a bit more conservative with that one. How do you kill yourself? Well, we're pretty much instantly summoning this full. We actually only have to summon this every XXX seconds. I'm pretty sure this makes Neo Rune not work, huh? Didn't think about it. It's like right now we're not doing any reasonable damage against these trolls here. I wonder what's the... See, now Demon Form. So what's the holdup? What kept us from doing like good damage there? It's like the inconsistency that I still need to understand at times. Can obviously do up to heavy billions of damage. So you said Beast of Ice, by the way, for the amulet, right? As the demon's so big, there is a ring that increases the demon's size on every kill. Which you can imagine is very useful because you slam him in, he kills something, then the next cast is bigger, and then the next cast is bigger, and then the next cast is bigger. And you pretty much just build your own demon bear here. Technically, you could also let him attack, I guess, but I'm never sure how much damage that would actually be. Like, if I just slam him in and let him attack, he's actually doing decent damage as well. That's not why we're summoning him, right? We're summoning him to slam him down. Then again, we could also just slam him down once. See, he does almost 1 billion damage per hit, too. So if I slam him down, do this, then I slam him down. Like if I have him, he does quite some decent damage like this as well, even if you're not spamming him. That makes me wonder, if I do this, what other skill do we want to add to it? So in the consideration that one is enough and I don't actually have to spam him, what then? I need thingies. Each hex stacks increases abyss skill damage taken by enemies up to 8 based on their missing life. Ooh. It seems like that would be a lot of damage down the line, huh? Can you get multiple demons? Yes, but it's not worth it. Okay, we're pit 70 now, chat. Poor Rob swapped before he could reach there. Well, their Barbarian is currently doing trillions of damage, so I'm not surprised that the decision would be to swap to Barbarian. It just makes sense. This is here, Phobia of the Nameless. I gotta start like destroying rare. Because I barely use rare ones, right? Oh, this is also, again, Shadow of Harash, 3 skill ranks. I mean, we've gotten so many skill ranks bonus. It's actually really nice how easy. Oh, wow, a dagger with double greater affix and weapon damage. This one is so much better than the one I have if I remove the life on kill. Yeah, probably. Okay, let's see. What can we do? Ah, we wanted to check Beast of Ice. Someone said something about yada yada Beast of Ice. Right, chat? That's what you said. I heard it here. Don't lie to me. We're going to do it in Torment 8 right now. We are in Torment 9 already, but I feel like Torment 8 is where we're going to do now. Best way to 70 after finishing the campaign? War plans. You literally just do war plans. War plans are the shit, okay? You do war plans into war plans into war plans into more war plans. If you summon the demon and stand still, does the demon get affected by the old aspect that gives you more damage when you're standing still? Yes, but that old aspect now says when you're standing still, instantly you get more damage. Okay, that one, demon form. Ich kann nicht. Okay, we win. GG. That's rings and not what we're looking for. No, that was not what we're looking for, chat. We're looking currently for this Night Terror in 9%. That would be insane. So we got to think about our... Here, let's remove this one, the dank prison, chat. Remove the dank prison. Okay, dank prison out. What if we do umbral chains? We can use one core skill. Either umbral chains. We could also use blazing scream. Becomes an abyss. Recast summon skill. Seeking your target location for 5 seconds and knocking enemies first time it hits them. I mean, this would actually work perfect with what we're doing because I could just have this continuously up easily. But we could also put the chains to our demon, right? So the basic idea would be, we got... We're gonna... That, demon form, this, demon, and then chain him. No, demon just slices out. I wonder if it's like more damage when I have him slice out instead of spamming him. Okay, so that one would have the... Interesting part is if you have the chains and if you slam the demon down, then the chains keep doing their damage, right? Chan? Slam him down and then... But even if I, like, what happens if I don't cast the chains and just summon the demon? No, I would have to cast the chains to get the demon, right? That chain is awkward. I mean, the only good thing is that I don't have to maintain it, if that makes sense. But spamming him is still better than anything else. Okay. What if we... Blazing Scream gains increased speed and based on your movement speed bonus. Blazing Scream primary skills instantly detonates brimstones. Deals increased damage based on how many different enemies it has hit. So... when you start to get the right charms, you start getting more legendary charms like the higher Torment tiers you go. Okay, so we get this one, right? The main damage is still going to be this, but we can pretty much... I died to so many random things, by the way. It's because we're busy trying to understand what we're doing here. Anyone else feel like the actual blazing scream just feels useless? Chan? Anyone else feel like that blazing screen is a bit useless? At least as a shadow skill. Does it even do damage? That's the weird part, you know? Does the thingy even do damage? I guess more DPS is more DPS. I mean, end of the day, in a boss fight, it's just another bonus DPS, I assume. Gotta take what I can. What class are you doing next? Once I'm done with Warlock, it's going to be Necromancer for sure. Because I want to play around with the Necro summons. No questions asked, that is what we're planning to do. We also want to play around with Bone Spirit, because I heard that Bone Spirit is really amazing now, especially the rotation variant, where the Bone Spirit just now rotates around you. So I really want to see how that one plays out. That just sounds really, really clunking awesome. You can have like 30 Bone Spirits like go in a circle around you. Okay, let's just summon this. Does it do damage? It does do damage. Okay. Just by existing. Now, I don't know how much damage it does, but it's not bad to, I guess, have like bonus deeps. End of the day, I have the, what is it called again? I have the slots free anyway, so what does it even matter? Okay, this is a good variant, but I'm not 100% happy yet. So the Rampage variant, the Rampage Eviscerate variant, we brought up to 8 so far. Bane Sentinel. Oh, wow. The ground bound effect pounded me. See, the basic idea would be right now, we are able to go for this, into that with the demon, then demon form, and then we can pretty much... Jesus. And we can pretty much maintain the... maintain him, and you can maintain him. Yeah. Like this, it's like something I don't have to look out for, right? With the Blazing Scream. I like it. But I wonder if instead of the Blazing Scream, would it be better to play the Infernal Breath? Comes an Abyss Recast skill, summons a larger demon, 16 that execute attacks soon. I mean, this one does 4 million damage base, so I guess it's fine. Right? Thing is, you can have, like, Infernal Breath deals 2,000% increased damage the first time it hits an enemy. Can you just, you know, can I just use this in a boss fight? So when I do this, when I do, I mean, I might just use it sparingly, if that makes sense. So this one is 10 dominance, this one is 7 dominance, and this one would be 7 dominance as well. So it would, like, this one would be, sorry, this would 10 dominance, this is 10 dominance, and this would be 15. So I get like 38. So I can actually use them all, and then I can get enough dominance back to do things. We just summon Gregoire. Do I have another lair boss key? Oh, yeah. Okay, we're just still asking ourselves if the Beast of Ice is in. If it were to pick up Warlock, good. Yeah, Warlock's great. Warlock's great. Big fat demon man, big fat demon man. Waiting for my demon form to run out. Waiting for my cooldown to come back. Why am I not running out of demon form now? Finally. Jesus. I was waiting for it. So we're going to put down our shadow form. Then we're going to put down this one. Because why wouldn't we? We can already summon the demon dude. And we can summon this. And then we can go into demon form. Okay, the damage is definitely higher. But all of this combined. I mean, surprise, who would have guessed? Nice. Okay, that worked. So the combination of these is pretty powerful. But we're not getting what I'm looking for. Interesting. So I could probably just every now and then slam the Infernal Breath down for like bonus damage. Can't you use meat shields for extra passive dominance? Minimal, but I don't need more dominance. So the thing is, more dominance wouldn't make it better. Okay. Sorry. My computer is dying. Because, I don't know, I dared to blink. Diablo, are you good? Gonna accept inputs again? Yeah, cool. Okay. We'll definitely have to sit down and think a bit about things. What do I need? I need the blue crystals, right? Those are the blue crystals for...
Keep your treasures close. Stones to cut, gems to set.
sapphire fragments.
Ah, beautiful, no?
It's still not going to be enough. Like, it's crazy, but we can't upgrade currently anything in the pit. So I don't have the fragments, Chan. Okay, we got an Infernal Horde. Let's try out something. How would Infernal Hordes feel? Philosophy. I mean, it should be like technically the perfect spec for this, right? Because I can just smash big fat ass demon down, right? And whatever thingy comes, I could just summon the Fire Skull into that direction. The only problem with the Fire Skull is that it's just when it's up, right? I can't reset it. So we can put him down, right? When the elite comes. Does anyone else feel like we're getting Paragon points less fast, though? Just me, Chan? I feel like that's one thing I haven't gotten that fast, or I just have focused like on the wrong activities, but we're pretty much sitting in Torment 9, and I was assuming like we get things faster. See, now I went greedy and I ran out of dominance. Doesn't happen often, but can happen pretty much. Yeah, the Paragon leveling seems just overall slower. I mean, they said we put more XP on minions, but for some reason that more XP on minions doesn't feel like it's there. Maybe I should also just play more Infernal Hordes to level. But last season at this point, I was already sitting like at 180 Paragon points or something around that line. See, now I made that mistake of using up my dominance, so I can't... oh! One of my summons did also billions of damage. Interesting. So that was not... There's not me summoning the big one, right, chat? That was me, I think, having the Profane Eye or something. Interesting. Good. I mean, while in demon form, the dominance cost is reduced, so that kind of works. What specific aspect do you need for this build? You don't actually need an aspect for this build. You need a set charms. So, like, this build, I don't think would be possible in this way without the set. Because the set actually provides 450% bonus damage. Yeah, so I like the breezing weapon, but right now here we notice that not working, right? In the Infernal Hordes, they just don't have enough dominance to make it work. So here again, instead of the breezing weapon, the Wrath Cost weapon would be better. Right? So from what I see here right now, yes, this was good, the Infernal Breath. But if I would have to make a choice, like, right, what can I play? I could certainly do this here, right? Because this one I could now... I could summon at the start of a wave. Also do this. And then direct wherever I would need it. The Sword of Sight of Flame. I'm not sure where that one dropped, sir. Sorry. See, if I need my skull there, I can just summon it to this location, right? Like my emotional support skull, Chan. Actually, I actually like the idea behind that. Yeah, my emotional support skull. Come here. That actually does work. What do you think, Chad? That kind of makes sense, doesn't it? We should still think about playing that offensive aspect that gives us more crit chance, because seriously, I mean, it's kind of ridiculous how much crit chance we could get. My emotional support skull also gets them like staggered extremely quick. The Blade of the Sight of Flame drops from Uravar, I think. Not mistaken. Okay. Let's face the council. This build can't maintain Shadow Form permanent. I am permanent in Shadow Form. I'm never not in Shadow Form. But you can't maintain Demon Form permanently, if that's what you're asking. Good, they get crushed. Problem is, I wouldn't know how to extend the Demon Form, which is the problem, right? How will we extend the Demon Form? Who drops the Seed of Horizon? That was Gregoire. So we got ourselves... here, we need this set. This is the... Enemies within Shadow Form areas are dominated for up to 7 seconds, preventing them from acting and causing them to move where you target recast skills. Shadow Form reduces damage taken by 25 and leaves Sigil of Subversion trails behind you while moving. Your Abyss skill's damage is increased by 350% while you have Shadow Form, but each cast consumes 1 stack. Dominated enemies take an additional 100% damage. The Screaming Hat that goes around extends the Demon Form. You mean the... Blazing Scream? But only if I... So what you're saying is, instead of using it as an Abyss skill, I would use it as an Orbital Scream, and then... That loses a lot of damage max. What you're saying is if I do this... I don't know how they're feeling it increased the duration. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't, but it didn't seem like it did. And we could count to 15 to now find out if it actually does increase the duration. I guess it's longer than 15 seconds.
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
We have 8 seconds on that one. I don't feel like the duration's increased much, or I'm just particularly dense. Uh, 9 billion damage, Chad. I wonder if it doesn't work because we're in abyssal demon form. You know? Does Hex apply to bosses? I haven't paid attention, but does Hex apply to bosses? The first time I have to backtrack in a while. I love your videos. Thank you, Harga. Appreciate it. Happy to see so many people having a great time with Lord of Hatred. I mean, the overall sentiment seems to be positive. I guess the people that hated the game before still hate it now. The people that gave the game a chance enjoy it. I guess there are legit complaints about the war plans, which, I mean, yeah. Goddamn travesty that war plans are not really usable as a team. It's certainly not what I was looking forward to. I still like my old Warlock build more. The reality is that this, though, plays smoother and does more damage. Which makes me sad, right? Because the old build was just cooler from a thematic standpoint and the way how it overall played. But, hey, can't always have that. War plans was 1 step forward and 2 steps backward. Yeah, I feel you on that one. Like, we have this great idea and there's like, do it, do it, do it. But do it half cooked, okay? Where's the boss? Oh no! Level 20, you don't worry about war plans yet, my friend. Yeah, I'm generally content, but we need to push this further, right? We can't, this can't be it. We definitely need this one upgraded because it's going to be a large damage difference. Okay, Chad. So, let's see. Keywords, demon form. Okay. This one technically says Blazing Scream is now also summon skill and orbits for 10 seconds. The skull deals damage and extends demon forms when it hits enemies. But it doesn't say it extends it. It doesn't say how long it extends it, right? So I guess the actual Abyssal Oppression was better because it just does insane damage, right? It was crazy. Abyssal Titan, we still have this. Technically this one is... Remember, we are instantly going to knock down here. Now we get more damage. I like that one, but it's not worth it. We like the Sigil of Subversion, so that's nice. And extend away from your ends while the trail you're... Yeah, see, this is like perfect for Shadow Form maintain. Sigil of Chaos does becomes an abyssal skill with it now to smother, deal damage and pierce through hexed enemies. No. And this is the demon form. Yeah, it just works, right? I mean, the advantage would still be getting this because right now it's 6 times 9, which is 50, double 100. And it would be 9 times 18, which would be like 200% bonus damage. So we're missing quite some. And there is quite some damage missing. Let's do a 75, ladies and gentlemen. Can we do a pit 75? What do you think? Can you get a GA from Masterworking? Yeah. I still like my skull. You know, here with the skull being this drive-by skill, you just summon it on your enemies that annoy you. So weird. Either we do like all the damage or we do no damage. I think it makes sense partially.
Curse this place. I'm being followed.
Between this build and the bombardment build, which one's more viable? So the problem here is that we have this big damage inconsistency, right? While I just know when you're playing the bombardment build, it just always does what it does, right? There's no question how much damage you're going to do. You're just going to do the damage. And that is a problem when I think about it, Fuji. Because I cannot tell you if I can consistently kill that guy, right? How much damage is to be expected? If I use the bombardment build, I'll just summon my dudes on him and I'll just absolutely smash him. I know how much damage is going to come out. Here the damage is like inconclusive. When we do more, that's for sure. We do billions. Especially on these like surrounding enemies, it just feels so damn good. The build was spammable, and if you're able to spam essentially, that's great. You're also like bound to one location a bit. No, wrong direction. Just this feels so weird in that regard. So pit 70 we just really did without a single issue. Pit 75. That's like a brick wall. Look at the spinning thing around a character. That's a skill, sir. I mean, I guess you... I assume you guessed that. Something killed me. I don't know what. You can do war plans with teammates. Yes, you can do war plans with teammates. But as you say, the chances that they have to do something else than you are high. And therefore don't get their war plan progress. Which makes the whole concept of doing war plans with teammates really upsetty spaghetti. Because why would I do war plans with teammates when I know that, like, you know, I might not progress, he might not progress? Then we might as well just both do it alone because it doesn't make any way sense to do together, right? And that's where the big problem comes in. You should simply be able to that, like, no matter, like, that you could sync up with a friend. So if you play with them, that their war plan becomes your war plan. I guess the idea, like, the only assumption I have here is that they're trying to avoid, like, optimal war plan crafting every single time. So if you would actually share war plan with your friends, or if you could share war plans with your friends, then it would have to overtake on your own system, right? And then technically, when you play together with 3 people, you could always choose the perfect war plan with the most rewards out of the 3 that you have. But then again, who cares if you do that? Like, not a single point of damage being done to these guys. Found the amulet. Which amulet did you find? There are many amulets in the game, so I don't know what killed me again. People min-max and get boosted anyways. Exactly. Have you fixed your dominance resource issue? Different build right now. Also, it wasn't really an issue ever. It was more like a glitch in the matrix. This is still the Rampage build, by the way. Just a different setup. Same Rampage build, different intensity of hobby. And there's the boss. Okay, abyssal thingy. That one. Shadow form, demon form. Yeah, it works. Lever. Keep that one up too. And we could start upgrading these as well. And I think I have finally the resources to make one of them bigger. Woo! But is Dark Pact out of charms worth it? Burley. We're currently using ourselves Shadow of Harash. What is Dark Pact? Rite of Nameless, Fulcrum of Memphis. I don't have a Dark Pact, so I don't know. Sir, there is a Dark Pact. Coming from a Shield of Retribution Paladin to Warlock is kind of a bummer. Yes. Yes. Complete different ways to work. So is this better than the other Rampage build? Not yet, but I assume it will be down the line. Okay. Don't know yet, though. I'll have to do some soul searching. I'll have to do some research. I'll have to experiment a bit around with stuff. We'll get there, though. I am very positive that this will turn into something very amazing. That being said, I'm done for now. That was today's session, chat. We'll have an updated video tomorrow on the Shadow build, definitely, where we're going. And I'll make sure to update the planner for the... come on, say it. I'll update the planner for the bombardment build, because we made some changes to the bombardment build as well to make it even stronger. Okay? Thank you very much for coming and watching today. Thank you for lurking, chatting, hanging out, hopefully having a good time. We have a video on loot out, where the loot is, how to get the loot, what to do for loot. Endgame progression and more, so you should definitely check that out. I'll hopefully see you all tomorrow again. Therefore, thank you for coming, watching, looking, chatting. Take care, and have a good time.